Hello, you fucking jackasses. What's going on? All right.
There's like hardcore capped, and I don't know why. But I googled something apparently like 2 weeks ago. There was an update for Windows that the Windows security thing that fucked, or 10 days ago. So I need to uninstall this Windows security update. I just don't know how to do it. Video explaining the Windows update fiasco.
The landscape couldn't get any worse. Now Windows updates are breaking your SSDs, potentially corrupting your data and causing huge headaches for potentially millions of people. So today we're going to talk about what is happening, what's caused it, how to fix it, and undo it.
That sounds like Windows. Doing shoulders, killing it tonight. Dope. Don't forget to take your steroids.
Motorcycle culture has a strange way of bringing out these larger-than-life characters. From Evel Knievel to Travis Pastrana to the Tuttle family. There's just something about this two-wheeled life that can enable people to be daring and creative. Throughout motorcycle history, young riders have set out to build businesses around their passion. The Harley brothers built motorized bicycles in a small shed. John Britton wanted to compete at the highest level by building his own race bikes. Now, Jesse James was quite different because he didn't start with building motorcycles. Now, before we dive into this wild story, I want to mention my children's book meant to show kids the joy of riding. It's called Wolf and His Motorbike, and if this looks cool to you, you can pick it up using the link in the description right from Amazon. You can also read reviews on Amazon as well as Goodreads. Here's one on Goodreads that I think really captures the point of this book. It says, as both an avid reader and a rather fanatical motorcycle and scooter rider, and an advocate of safe riding, and a big fan of children's books, this book hits literally all of my buttons.
Vegan cheetah is in jail for rape. That sounds about right. Whatever. The guy's a useless fucktard.
It gives an accurate depiction of my absolute favorite ride. I love to get my 250 buy a couple more for my friends. The projects that he built, including a 1940s Schwinn bicycle that he restored and sold for $850. But it was those loud, shiny big V-twin choppers roaring around California at this time that solidified his childhood dream of one day being involved in the motorcycle industry. This was in many ways the peak of chopper culture. Easy Rider had made its way into the American zeitgeist. The possibilities were endless for these kinds of custom motorcycles, but by the time Jesse had reached adulthood, the chopper scene as a whole was in decline. Jesse's first job in the LA scene came in the form of a bodyguard position for various bands, but he was always working on and riding motorcycles in his spare time. He was frustrated with the Harley scene. He felt like builders weren't taking risks, and Harley's supposed fat
Hi Daddy, sorry for getting your stream taken down like 2 months ago when I spammed the N-word. JK LOL, you deserved IT for scamming me out of a drawing iron play like that, so if you do that again I'ma put your ass to sleep again, nigga.
Alright. Well, thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, CDG. Spaghetti.
Boy Customs weren't doing anything for him. Not to mention the fact that Harley had sort of abandoned the community that had really built them. It was in this environment that Jesse built his first very own custom motorcycle. It wasn't great, but it was something. More and more he found himself thinking about
Congratulations Richard, you are banned. Richard Burgess. Richard Burgess. Cratchard Burgess. Bleachard Burgess. Breckart Burgess. Bueno Aeros Burgess. Blockard Burgess. Abar Burgess. Keckart Burgess.
All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Blake. Migrant donated $2. Let me see. Teen girl from viral weapons video has been charged by police. Teen girl bladed weapon something. This isn't loading, so maybe I can find it on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Migrant. Nice try, jackass. Thanks for the donation, though.
Chopper Designs. His first gig in the motorcycle industry came from a company called Performance Machine, based out of Southern California, and he was commissioned to make a bodywork.
No, I messaged Coach Colton, and he hasn't responded to me because he doesn't care. He just wants to make bullshit, you know, garbage brain rot content that gets views. The guy's just a loser.
Kit for the then current FXR models, and this kit was called Corbin Warbird. He then went on to work at Boyd Coddington as a fabrication specialist. He was beginning to believe in his own potential as a builder as he gained experience in things like CNC milling. One of the things that would set Jesse James apart from other famous...
Migrant donate $2. Try this one. Young Scottish girls shout at migrant pervert, recording them before brandishing an axe and a knife to warn him off. Yeah. I mean, that sounds about right.
You don't dare!
Yes, you have a knife!
You don't dare fucking help me! You're fucking bad and
Why are you fucking with us?
You're fucking kid bashers!
Show the knife! Show the knife!
Get
Show
the
the knife!
fuck away from her!
Show the knife! Show the knife!
Don't touch her!
That's
Don't
it, that's
touch me.
it. Show the knife.
Don't touch my little sister!
Show the knife, that's it.
Don't fucking touch my little sister! She ain't fucking 12! Wait until I fucking catch you! She's fucking 12 and you just battered!
Show the knife!
Like, by the way, this is all so that they can find minimum wage workers to work at Subway. Like they need people in the country to work at fucking like sandwich or fry shops. That's why they're importing these like third world fucking scumbags with no education, criminal history, try to like have sex with underage girls, Muslim, like radical jihad. Well, who's gonna work for minimum wage at a fucking like fast food restaurant? Fucking retarded, dude. Europe is so cringe. I actually forgot about this. I was watching what was it? Under Construction 2? No, not that one. No, yeah, it was Under Construction too. Bro, this documentary is absolutely fucking bizarre. So, in the Netherlands, I didn't know I think it was the Netherlands. It's literally illegal to be muscular. I'm not even kidding. The police will randomly stop you on the street and force you to take a steroid test if they think you're muscular. And if you test positive for steroids, they'll arrest you. I can't remember if it was the Netherlands or not, but it was some fucking gay ass European country. Might have been Sweden or some like gay bitch place. It's also illegal for commercial gyms to mix protein powder and creatine together. I'm not kidding. The police will charge gyms if they mix protein and creatine together in the same shake. You can only have one in a separate shake. Because protein and creatine, it's like a steroid. It's nuts. Like, dude, Europe is so fucking gay. I'm not even kidding. Like, watch this documentary. Europe is so fucking gay. Like, you can't even, they also have a system where commercial gyms are like complying with the government to test their members for steroids. So if you go to a commercial gym, and they're part of this network, you have to do steroid testing periodically if you're a gym member and you look like strong and you're like fit and care about your health. They'll actually test you for steroids and then rat you to the fucking police. Like, it's fucking crazy. It's like some Orwellian fucking nightmare where they force you to be a little beta male bitch faggot.
Particularly pleasant animal when he's training.
Let me see if I can find the clip from it.
Apparently a car's going to arrive, flash its headlights, and we're going to follow it.
Hey, that's simple.
So they're actually testing the gym. I took the risks, I took a gamble, and I paid the price.
Yeah, let me see. Oh my god, I don't know if it's YouTube or my fucking keyboard. I just want to find the clip where the guy goes to the fucking gym. I don't think I don't know if any of the clips are on YouTube, but it's retarded. It's just crazy.
Hey vegan gains, been following you for a while now. I know how volatile the fitness industry is and I'm glad you've branched out. Well done on the transformation, man. From a fellow Canadian.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Kyle. Appreciate it. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. American grocery store, every single thing she picks up now says contain bioengineered ingredients. What?
And almost everything they have contains bioengineered food ingredients.
What does that even mean? Okay. I don't think that's necessary to label that on food. Is Dr. Avi regretting his vote yet? Would you support RFK Jr. banning lab-made meat from being made or sold in America? Is he actually trying to do that? Stuff is toxic and gross. Should be illegal to produce it. Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen. There'd be like fucking retards. Thanks, Dr. Avi. Yeah. RFK Jr. says he'd ban lab-grown meat from ever being made or sold in America. Do you think he's right to block it before it spreads? Yeah, it's kind of funny how it's not meat, it's highly processed, chemical-based product. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, of course. Fucking retarded. You know, it's funny, the people who are like, you know, fine with business, like say, oh, let's promote big business. You know, let's let companies do whatever the fuck they want. Oh, wait, you can't create a new product that's better and can compete in the market.
A lot of people want to know, what's the Bobby Kennedy diet?
Basically, it's a carnivore diet, so it's mainly meat and then fermented vegetable, anything fermented. So a lot of yogurt, a good yogurt without sugar in it.
Kefir.
And then coleslaw and kimchi and all kinds of fermented vegetables.
This guy is out of this world, fucking stupid.
It's really, I would say it's dramatically changed my, you know, everything.
Right.
So I've had very good luck with it.
Yeah, you say that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. RV donated $2. My dad tells me that I should emulate this guy's looks, dress, style, and personality to get girls. Kind of looks like a weird try-hard dork. Well, thanks for the donation, RV.
What are you saying, dude? I live in Germany. Police don't test you on test. WTF are you saying? Europe has migration problems. True, only Poland does it good. But dude, shut up. Don't act like Canada doesn't have billions of Indians and tons of retarded lefties.
I'm not saying Canada doesn't, or at least has not ever had immigration problems. But at least the people we let into the country are like, yeah, mostly fucking Indians. They either work at a Quickie Mart or a call center, or they're like fucking crazy wacko tech wizards who work at like Google or Microsoft. They don't really cause problems. Europe, on the other hand, you love immigrating people from like literal armpits of the fucking world, where, yeah, let's find people from fucking Syria who are former like ISIS members, and let's let them live in a fucking hotel for free right next to a fucking public school that little girls go to. That's fucking Europe. And I didn't say Germany does that sort of weird drug testing. I said I think it was the Netherlands. I could be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure in that documentary it was the Netherlands. Thanks for the donation, though, Greco. Curious $22. I didn't even know Australia and Iran had diplomatic relations. I thought they had no diplomatic relations with Iran like US and Canada.
Iran is being accused of orchestrating anti-Semitic attacks in Australia. The Prime Minister says deeply disturbing.
Why? That is actually really surprising. Iran has tried to assassinate American and Canadian citizens. So, like, that's probably one of the big reasons why they have no diplomatic ties. What did Australia expect? Like, no shit. They literally try to murder, Iranian, American, and Canadian citizens who are critical of the regime, who are able to, like, flee.
Intelligence shows Iran was behind an arson attack on a cafe in Bondi and a synagogue in Melbourne. In a dramatic day of developments, the Iranian ambassador to Australia has been expelled and Australia has closed its embassy in Tehran. Here's National Affairs correspondent Jane Norman.
The early morning attack struck at the heart of Melbourne's Jewish community. Now a revelation about who was ultimately behind it.
Iran and its proxies literally and figuratively lit the matches and fanned the flames.
Not once, but twice, Iran orchestrating the arson attacks on the Adass Israel synagogue in December and Sydney's Lewis Continental Kitchen months earlier.
These were...
Yeah, dude, they kind of, fund Hamas, so... Like, what the fuck?
Extraordinary and dangerous acts of aggression
This surprises them when, again, Iran funds Hamas. Australians are fucking stupid, dude. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
Skip to 23:35 and watch for like 15 seconds lololol.
23:35.
His favorite topic. I just want to point out how gross it is that he's not paying attention to a video about starving Gazan children as he eats.
Malnutrition. Tempers flare on the streets of Tel Aviv.
Okay, bro. The person Hassan just flipped off is Ehud Olmert, who served as Israel's prime minister from 2006 to 2009, so right after the Second Intifada. And even he is saying Israel is committing war crimes and that the war needs to end, but Hassan brushes him off as well.
Everyone's a fucking gay retard.
Using the gold to attract a lot of hate from basically... I need to come up with another word to describe it because I hate to necessarily lump them all together, but I essentially just want to say the incel community. Because there's something about it, incel, that I feel like properly describes a group of people that have not discovered self-expression. And they're like nervous about being like too performative and being like, I don't know, being themselves. Hit me up to fix your bitrate. I might do that.
By the way, every single one of iDubbbz's tattoos was picked out by Anissa, and he'd randomly walk into a tattoo shop. And Anissa would point at the wall of the, like, tattoos and put that one there. Like...
But those are the ones that seem to be, like, hella attracted to the idea of, like, my tattoos being the worst thing ever or my gold tooth being a problem. Everyone else just, you know, it's a cool little accoutrement that, you know, 99% of the time isn't even worth talking about.
Yeah, well, Ian's become fully gay and stupid. What a moron.
What's up, everybody? I just wanted to give a quick shout out. I'm very honored to be a part of Rolling Stone's most influential creators. It's definitely not an honor that I'm taking lightly. It's something that I believe I carry the responsibility, the weight over my shoulders on. And just wanted to say, very excited for doing more work in this field, in the field of politics, especially in 2025 as things are worsening at an alarming rate, as all of these companies...
The amount of jewelry this guy wears is weird.
And corporations and the media are almost completely servile to the Trump administration. We have to fight back more than ever before. It's an even worse predicament than the first Trump administration in 2016.
Yeah, he's just a fucking gay idiot.
Anything to say about, and you know, and first of all, really sorry. We're really sorry about the whole situation. I wish I could. Yeah, I just wanted to see if there was any updates.
All I'm saying is, a lot of racist people give me death threats and stuff like that. Like, I'm a puppet master. Calling me a bad father.
He is a
That's
bad
uncalled
father.
for. None of this is your fault. It's a. You made your explanation.
This entire situation is ultimately his fault. He's a terrible fucking father. Well, thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. New federal dietary guidelines.
I'm also working with Secretary Rollins on the dietary guidelines, which should come out next month. The dietary, or they're coming out, I think it's the end of September, 3 months ahead of schedule. And the dietary guidelines that we inherited from the Biden administration were 453 pages long.
The dietary guidelines are not 453 pages long.
They were driven by the same commercial impulses that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid.
Fruit Loops were never at the top of the food pyramid.
And they were incomprehensible. And we are going to release dietary guidelines that are 4, 5, or 6 pages long, that are understandable, that are simple, and will allow people to make good choices about their food.
Yeah, they already have that.
They will drive changes in the school lunch program, and prison lunches, and military food.
He literally has absolutely no fucking clue what he's talking about. He's never read the USDA dietary guidelines. He either didn't read it or didn't understand what he was reading, and didn't understand what parts of that big document they release are the actual dietary guidelines. What a fucking idiot. RFK Jr. recommends eating good cancer to kill the bad cancer. I'm gonna have to try that. Imagine how many death threats she gets. That link is broken.
That's great, Bobby. Bobby, autism, if I could just, I don't want to go too long because we have a lot of people, but the autism is such a tremendous horror show, what's happening in our country and some other countries, but mostly our country. How are you doing on that?
We are doing very well. We will have announcements as promised in September. We're finding interventions, certain interventions now that are clearly, almost certainly causing autism. And we're going to be able to address those in September.
It's such.
If there's any environmental factors that are triggering autism, I would have to guess it would be primarily environmental pollution. So things like lead exposure, other heavy metals like mercury, endocrine disrupting pollutants like plastic exposure, microplastic, stuff like that. It's sure as fuck not vaccines. But if it's anything, it would probably be those things.
A big day.
Obesity may also play a role. It wouldn't surprise me if obese mothers and obese children are more likely to get it too.
I'm looking forward to that day because there's something wrong when you see the kind of numbers that you have today versus 20 years ago. And those numbers, what are those numbers, Bob?
In 1970...
Yeah, dude, in 1970, they did not have robust diagnostic criteria to identify autism. They just called kids retarded. So, it's not a one-to-one comparison.
The biggest epidemiological study in history was done in Wisconsin. They looked at 900,000 children, and they were looking for autism. They knew what it looked like, and they were very, very precise about it, and they found an incident rate of...
What's your favorite C4 flavor? So far, probably the purple popsicle.
0.7, in other words, less than 1 per every 10,000 children. Today, our most recent numbers are 1 in every 31 kids. It's probably actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, is reporting 1 out of every 19 children, now American children, has autism, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So it's gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 12.5 boys.
Think of those numbers. So there has to be something artificially causing this, meaning a drug or something. And I know.
It's reasonable to assume, if like just given the high rate of autism, there probably is some like environmental thing that's triggering it. It's just sure as fuck not vaccines like they want it to be. If I had to guess, it's probably just some kind of mix of environmental pollutants. And maybe obesity also has something to do with it too.
I know you're looking very strongly at different things, and I hope you can come out with that as soon as possible.
We will.
So 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 or 34 or 12 if it's a boy. Can you imagine that? 1 in 12. That's for a boy.
On every 12.5 boys.
It's not even believable that that could be. And that was 1 in 10,000 not so long ago. I've been hearing these numbers, that, and they get worse and worse every year. There's got to be something. I think there's nothing, including favored nations and everything else, there's nothing that can be, if you can find out the reason that that's happening, and I know we're gonna do.
I have to look into autism rates like cross-culturally. I don't know if they're as high in other countries with similar diagnostic screening. What made you jump on gear or miss the past few months of streaming? My main interest is strength and physical perfection, so obviously steroids help to achieve that goal.
Stop lying, Richard. Canada has a fuck ton of Muslims too. Pakistan is the head of the worldwide Muslim terror organizer Zion Muslim Brotherhood. Head is literally chilling in Canada, dude. The US is also cucked when it comes to immigration. Only Poland is base.
Yeah, I mean, you're not entirely wrong. Yeah, Poland is pretty based. Thanks for the donation, Greco.
I'm assuming your stance is that Sfisco Stew deserved that vicious beatdown because he's not vegan? A lot of people say that Raja Jackson needs to spend decades in prison. He probably will only get like 5 years and only serve half of it.
No, that's not my stance. I don't know exactly what Raja is going to be charged with, if he's going to be charged with attempted murder. I have no idea. I also don't know if this is his first criminal offense, so that all plays into it. And there's probably some mitigating factors in the situation that his defense team would be able to kind of exploit. So one of his like wrestler buddies told him to get revenge in the ring. His dad was egging him on and like calling him a bitch and a pussy over the whole thing. His like chat was egging him on. Like, it's clear what made him do all this crap. And like, you can make a fair argument that this was an adverse set of circumstances that led to the situation. And it wasn't the fact that like Raja is just some like evil jackass who just wants to hurt somebody. So I don't know. We're just gonna have to see what happens. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan. Dodo donate $2. How many death threats does she get, you think? Is this the Muslim, anti-Muslim?
Headed, unless we stop Islam once and for all.
Yeah, a lot. When are we gonna see you go to Ottawa and do counter-protests? Well, it's turning cold, so probably not until next year or something. Australia continues crackdown against terror. First they expelled Iran's ambassador, now they're banning Hamas flags. Queensland Premier has demanded the full force of the law against a protester who waved a Hamas flag. Oh, really? You don't say. Like, dude, it's just silly. I mean, Yeah, lock these fucking people up. Like, why were they let in the first place? Trump tried 4 times in recent weeks to reach Indian Prime Minister Modi, refused to take his calls. Well, yeah. No shit. He doesn't want to talk to fucking Trump. Yeah, offended after Trump called India's economy dead, imposed an additional 25% tariff on Indian imports. Yeah, I mean, it's just like Trump's a fucking retard, dude. The Trump administration's completely inept. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Builders that were on their way up at this time was really his knack for old world craftsmanship, giant corporate enterprise, and things were changing, and nobody could have predicted just how relevant these classic skills that he had would be. By the early 90s, Jesse was sitting on a rare mix of skills, not just the flashy bolt-on style customization that had become so common, but the deep traditional metal shaping and fabrication chops that most of the industry had forgotten. The corporate takeover of the Harley world had left a vacuum. Bikes were still loud and shiny, but most of the soul was gone. Independent shops were folding, and the chopper had been reduced to a catalog of overpriced parts and predictable paint jobs. This was exactly the environment that Jesse wanted to rebel against. One day in the early 90s, he decided to create a logo, a stylized iron cross design with West Coast choppers lettered through it. The name didn't come from a company, it was just a phrase that he thought sounded cool and summed up the California custom bike spirit. This logo was kind of like a personal emblem. Friends saw it and started asking for t-shirts with the or local riders who really valued that hand-built. All wanted a West Coast chopper bike. But Jesse tried to keep the shop's identity grounded in its original outlaw working class roots. You know, he turned down offers if he didn't think that the customer really got it. West Coast choppers wasn't supposed to be for everyone. It was for people who wanted something dangerous and rebellious and handmade in Long Beach, not in some corporate factory. In many ways, by the time the TV cameras showed up, WCC had already built its legend. All they had to do was film it. By the late
Can we please pretty please do a Hunter Avalone's failing marriage marathon stream at some point? I need the full story, and we've already heard about your failed marriage at length. Please can we set a dono goal for it?
I mean, we could possibly, you know, if it's a slow day, maybe. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
90s, West Coast choppers had gone from a guy with a torch in a rented garage to one of the most recognizable names in the custom bike world. They were willing to spend $100K or more because they weren't just getting a motorcycle in their mind. They were buying a Jesse James original made by hand in a shop that really felt authentic and old school. Maybe they thought these bikes were good investments too. That wouldn't be the case. In 2001, everything changed with the Discovery Channel's special Motorcycle Mania. It was supposed to be a one-off documentary about a custom builder in Long Beach, but the show tapped into something that no one had really captured before: the personality, the process, and also just the sheer spectacle of building a one.
Choppers are fucking terrible, by the way. They're put together like crap. They don't, like, you know, they're not mass manufactured machines where, you know, they have an easy to pull clutch, it shifts smoothly, like nothing ever fucking works well on them. And they have weird ergonomics too.
One-off chopper. Viewers were seeing more than just a motorcycle being put together. They were seeing.
And yeah, they handle like fucking shit too, and they'll like wreck your ass.
Seeing this character weld and grind and bend metal like it was an art form, all while, you know, cracking jokes and losing his temper and living the kind of life that I think people imagined a custom chopper builder should have. You know, he was a larger than life figure. The success of Motorcycle Mania led to more specials, and in 2002, Jesse landed his own regular TV gig with Monster Garage. Now, the premise was absurd in the best possible way. take ordinary vehicles and turn them into insane machines in just 7 days. School buses became drag racers, ambulances became wheelie-popping hot rods. The show had enough fabrication to keep gearheads happy, and enough drama to hook, the more casual viewers, and enough Jesse to keep the whole thing really unpredictable. In my humble opinion, though it was intentionally absurd, Monster Garage was one of the best of these kinds of contrast.
I liked Monster Garage. It was kind of fun.
Tried to keep its focus on the fabrication, the metalwork, and also that over-the-top design was power choppers. Think OCC bikes, huge.
You can't ride this. It's just fucking stupid.
Rear tires, massive engines, and over-the-top designs. The bikes were just big in general as well compared to older chopper designs. Now, Jesse's bikes were intentionally more advanced than the stripped-down choppers of the 60s and 70s, and of course, he was very much a part of this power chopper craze, but his bikes had styling that leaned more towards that old era, and unlike a lot of the flashy builds at this time, his work kept that old school craftsmanship and hand-built character alive. This culture was massive at this time. Biker build-off competitions, magazine covers, and rally appearances kept choppers really already kind of in decline. Merchandise sales began to cool. The same logo that had once been a badge for rebellion was now being sold at Walmart on mass-produced bicycles. Hardcore fans, I think, saw it as selling out. Similar to the rise and fall of things like the Affliction brand, WCC and OCC were becoming increasingly irrelevant, and Jesse himself was also becoming kind of a tabloid figure, high-profile relationships, public scandals, and eventually the collapse of his marriage to Sandra Bullock in 2010, and then the collapse of many, many more marriages. Holy cow. In 2010, Jesse shut down the Long Beach headquarters.
Why in the fuck does he keep getting married?
Officially, he was moving to Texas for a fresh start, setting up a new shop in Austin. But the truth was that the golden era of this kind of chopper culture and this new wave that he'd been a part of, it was gone. TV ratings for bike shows were dropping, this market was oversaturated, and the economy really meant that these kinds of ridiculous forms of luxury that were so present prior to 2008 in almost every form, they just couldn't be justified. The Austin shop did keep the name alive, but it wasn't the same culture, not only because their particular kind of chopper went out of vogue, but also because they really were that difficult to deal with, and the business and the show were doomed. Confirm this. He said in closing down WCC that he just wanted to get back to what life was before building bikes for TV, and I think that makes sense. Now, we can't really say that
the man almost killed somebody else. Nothing that we're going to discuss in this video is absolving Raja of anything. But I think it's important that we as men discuss how we influence and encourage others to engage in violence by making them feel lesser than because they don't live up to our idea of masculinity. His own father, that he desperately wants to make...
Good news, everyone. Cracker Barrel has decided to stick with their old logo, instead of changing it to something all corporate and bland, because of the recent backlash. We did it, guys.
That's great news. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Proud and to surpass, called him minutes before the assault and called him a gay person and clowned him repeatedly. And then his chat went to go clown his son.
Let me call my son. Hey, yo, did you get jumped by a bunch of dudes in tights, nigga? Did you get jumped by a bunch of dudes in tights? No. Do I need to send my goons over there? Nah. You was hugging on a dude in some damn tights. Man, man, you shut the fuck up. I looked at your stream, nigga, you were hugging on some dude in some booty shorts. Nah, I wasn't fucking hugging on nobody. Making shit up. I ain't make nothing up.
Yeah, and then, like, it adds additional context, because when I first saw this, and, like, the guy apologized to Raja, and then Raja was like, yeah, it's cool. You know, without this additional context, I was thinking, oh, Raja is just this fucking, like, nut job who is just waiting for the perfect opportunity to, like, just fuck this dude up. Well, no, his fucking dad, who's been, like, just emotionally abusing him his entire fucking life, being a bully, picking on him, making him like constantly feel embarrassed and emasculated, was fucking with him again. And then his chat jumped in and also like started like nagging at those fucking insecurities that his dad gave him.
Alright, long as you say.
You never know, y'all keep playing with me, Uncle. Get over there.
Now y'all got my son mad at me. Are y'all happy now?
Now, Rampage is joking. He's clearly trolling.
Yes, but that got into the head of his son.
His son is not trolling. His son is actually upset.
My dad can't never call me a bitch.
Well, now you just involved fucking Rampage himself, because that's his boy.
Yeah, I can handle myself. Yeah, I can handle myself.
Rampage gonna come whoop your ass.
You don't need his dad. He handle his own shit.
Yeah, I got my own shit. Yeah. Bro, my dad can't do shit.
He felt emasculated by the hit earlier. Why am I putting all this all together? On many different streams, Rampage will troll his son. You know, he'll call him gay, call him weak, whatever it is. And I think this is the barrier. You remember what you talked about when it comes to relationships, how people get online and when they got problems in their relationships, they be live streaming the whole thing, and you say how weird it is?
I think it's super weird.
The same thing is happening, but with parenting right now.
Yes.
People are like, Rampage is not ill. I don't think he is, but this comes down to the whole masculine energy thing. Growing up, you saw a lot of guys get into fights because people taunted them because they needed to prove themselves. His son clearly feels like he needs to prove himself to his father, but also feel like he's, what is the word I'm looking for?
He's forever in the shadows of his dad.
Exactly.
Forever.
Yes.
Hell no, I don't got no bread, bro. My dad got bread. That's his bread. That's not mine. That's why I want to get on brand rich.
Every time he walks in somewhere, his dad is bigger than him. No matter what he accomplishes, his dad.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when you're going out with a star. You're going out with a star. You know, let's not go out with a girl. Mm-hmm. My girl is huge, super famous. I'm never gonna be preached. I'm gonna be that girl's boyfriend.
Absolutely.
And it's like, okay, but I do shit. Yeah, no, you're the. He's at the event alone. Oh yeah, Rampage's son. That's crazy. No, I'm me.
And to add to your point, he has 4 kids. Only one of them decided to be an MMA fighter, and it was the illegitimate child.
Yes.
And it speaks to that psyche where the child who's rejected will do whatever they can, oftentimes, to prove themselves worthy.
Of course.
Tell you, I knew out of all my boys, I knew he was gonna be the one that
How many do you have?
I got 3 boys.
But if you guys knew Rampage when he was early in his UFC career, the dude was a complete crash out. He had run-ins with the law. I think he had a few like actual incidents that probably should have landed him in jail. I say all this to say, what?
His name is Rampage.
Right.
Where the hell do you think he got that name?
As a fighter, I think it's a great persona. It's enjoyable to watch.
But
when your son is living in your footsteps and he's trying to live up to that name, it puts a high bar. And when your dad's fucking clowning you in public, which gives everyone else the green light to shit on you, when you don't got your self-esteem together, to me, it's a recipe for disaster.
Oh, 100%.
Tired of motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Real shit. One of them was a bitch and fucking bit me. I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Think I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'm gonna stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody playing with me, bro. Real shit.
And look, I'm not here to say Rampage is, a disgusting father, whatever it is. At the end of the day, he raises his kids. He's in their lives. He tries really hard to fight and be in their lives, and I commend that. He could have ignored Raja's existence altogether when he found out about it, but he took him in and he's trying to raise him. But when you involve streaming with your parenting, I don't think we've already established this for relationships. How many times has a woman got online on live stream, said some shit about her husband or boyfriend, and the public lambasts her like, why would you ever say that out loud?
Even if that thing was staged or a joke, at least
it's emasculating.
It don't look good.
Right.
It don't look good.
I don't understand why you guys wouldn't think from a father that wouldn't happen. Literally, the chat is because he's popular, so his live stream chat will leave to go goad the guy. And I'm not saying this is okay. I'm not trying to downplay what guy that belongs in jail, in my opinion. But can you guys not see how this desire for attention, how Rampage trying to put on this public persona all the time instead of parenting doesn't affect the relationship dynamic?
Mm-hmm.
You're literally pushing people to go bully your kid, and your kid, he's unstable.
It's like the opposite. You want what do you want to be? Straight? We already got in a fight once.
Oh, really?
2 years ago?
Yeah.
He sucker punched me.
Well, I saw the slap.
How'd that go for
was
you?
that?
And what'd you do? Did you slam him on his head?
Oh, yeah. That motherfucker to the hospital that day.
Yeah.
I never get guillotined on nobody. I didn't want to keep punching him, so I guillotined him and he wouldn't tap out. And
you put him to sleep?
Yeah. Rogers and his oldest son whole life, I knew them two wasn't going to college, and my two Japanese kids, I knew they was going to college, so I saved up college tuition for the two Japanese kids and bail money for Roger and his brother. So don't fuck with him.
Dude, this guy is a horrible, horrible father. Like, he's a piece of fucking shit. Like, this guy is a fucking emotionally and physically abusive bully who just picks on his kids.
This nigga unhinged.
Let me see.
Well, is there any potential for you to get into
I've seen
acting?
this, whatever.
Yo, I'm actually, you know what I'm saying, teaming up with John Singleton right now
Really?
as we speak.
Very cool. Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, I was already supposed to be in a couple of movies, but you know, the Ultimate Fighter keep me busy. UFC, every time a big movie come up, I got to do something for the UFC. The story of my life.
Absolutely. Well, you're very good at it. So,
I try my best.
well, I have an idea for a romantic comedy starring you and me.
Oh hell yeah!
It's about a wrestler who falls in love with a ring girl. What do you think? You in?
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Am I in?
You're in. Let's do it right now. Cut.
All right, next question.
Okay, there's only one. All right. You have to give me all this footage.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And just think about your own dad saying that shit in public. Like, yo,
Yeah.
my kid's a crash out. I know it. I already got the bail money ready. And you also...
You feed into that.
You're the kid publicly. Like, yes, I understand ribbing, all that stuff. Your kid's clearly upset because something happened to him. Y'all can't have it both ways. You can't tell me that fathers are incredibly important, that kids need their fathers, and then also say that Rampage Jackson had zero influence. That don't make no sense. If you are literally bullying your kid, calling them lesser than because they didn't handle some situation the way that you think they should have, then you have an influence. And I think it's okay to discuss that.
It's a tough one because at the end of the day, you being upset about a situation or how you were raised validates how you feel about something, but it does not absolve of your actions. The people on the chat has something to do with it, but at the end of the day, you took those decisions.
This might be the first time I'm ever say this. Not that it's not real, but like this is probably one of the clearest examples. This is what I imagine when people think of toxic masculinity.
Yes.
Right? Like,
yes.
He was getting upset with his chat because someone said you're too nice.
This isn't toxic masculinity. This is just like Rampage Jackson being a fucktard and emotionally abusing and manipulating his kids.
Oh, you think I'm nice? Someone said you're not a crash out. Oh, you're gonna see I'm a real crash out.
I'm a fake crash out. All right, bet. You about to see you about to see how fake of a crash out I am. I'm too nice, bet. But I don't believe in me getting disrespected too. People think this shit's sweet. People think this shit's a fucking game. I bet you wouldn't be talking like this if you was in front of me, nigga.
People were able to goad this guy into having the most extreme reaction, all because he was being diplomatic. That he accepted the other person's apology and moved on. Now, nigga, you gotta get your respect. And people actually think this was an acceptable response. To me, if you think this is unacceptable, you got problems. We have this whole thing of like, dude, don't ever accept no disrespect. You stepped on your shoes, even if it's an accident. This is all dumb shit.
I let some shit slide. To be honest with you, if I'm not in my country, if I'm not in my hood, if I don't know people, they step on my shoes, so what?
Also, I
don't know who I'm talking to.
Can we take 2 steps back? We also have to talk about what people even consider disrespect. Can I be honest? This situation wasn't disrespect.
That's good.
It was a misunderstanding.
It was a misunderstanding.
But he let chat convince him he was disrespecting me for letting it happen.
Yes.
Like, here's an example. Let's say it's my best friend. And we're supposed to meet up in a crowd. I have a certain way of greeting him. So I just grab from behind like this and I think it's my friend. I grab him. He turn around. It's not my homie.
What are you doing?
Oh, my bad. I thought you were someone else.
No, you can't disrespect me like that.
See what I'm saying?
That's not a disrespect. That's a good point.
Now you can say that Stu should have known better, but from my vantage point, Stu, the guy who did the beer can thing with the prop, my point is people can say he should have known better. That's a crazy thing to do to someone if you're not sure. And I can agree. But Stu's got PTSD, 1, 2, he looked a little bit slow. I'm gonna say it straight. So knowing that, I think it's okay to say there's a difference between disrespect and misunderstandings. And if you can't have a bit of grace for that, I'm sorry.
That's a valid point.
But what is he? He was clowning him for being gay, right? Oh, you're around a bunch of niggas in tights. I can joke like that with you because we don't really care about You guys said I'm gay? I'm gay. Whatever. I was rolling up on niggas with tights. I don't really care. If you actually care, to me, that's a problem. Y'all really acting like him being at a wrestling event is something to be ashamed of. Yeah, that's what I would call toxic masculinity.
Every time that someone's talking about toxic masculinity, they don't talk about something else, right? His being was not toxic masculinity. Is that in his head, well, in his life, in his path, he had two choices. Masculinity and whatever the fuck he did. Being diplomatic is masculine. It's also feminine. But because it's a male that we're talking about, there's a male way of doing masculine things. Talking to a dude and being like, you know what?
Shaking his arm?
You know what I mean? You know what? I understand. Okay. I understand
you get a hit on me.
That was... But then the other thing, the sneaky stuff, that's the other choice that you did.
I'm pretty confident that if there was no stream involved, none of this would happen.
No.
Rampage is too busy trying to be entertaining instead of being a father. Raja is too busy trying to live this idea of somebody rather than trying to be himself and find his own lane. Because we impose a lot of this like hyper masculine bravado, a lot of people end up losing themselves. Random niggas at home got you in a chokehold.
It's a succubus. No pun intended.
Even when you see him afterwards, he's pouring his heart out. He's being very honest. No one's gonna call me a bitch.
How the motherfuckers playing with me, bro?
You can tell that for him, it had nothing to do with the man who hit him specifically. He was just a reflection of all the making fun of that you receive from his dad, from the whole world, and he's not managing it well. And it makes me think of those crash outs who get rejected by women enough and then all of a sudden they go shoot up a spot. Oh, how could she reject me? Oh, no, after you just murdered 20 people. Nigga, I think she had a good reason to reject you. He just proved their point. I'm not a bitch.
You are.
I really feel this way. He really takes up after his dad.
That's my girlfriend, nigga. Why you hitting on like right in front of me? Look at her. I'll break you out of there, nigga. Look at, he mad. So why you hanging on my table next to this hottie if you work here?
If it's your table, it's my table.
Are you being a d right now?
I'm not trying to be.
Yeah, but you are though.
Well, that's just because you're sensitive then.
Hey, get the fuck out of my table. I already figured out you a bitch. Get your bitch ass off my table.
He's sensitive.
He's a bitch.
Yeah, I fucking don't like Rampage Jackson at all. Like, he's a fucking asshole, dude.
Never crash out himself.
Yeah.
But again, if you watch Rampage over the years, you know this. I just kept thinking about all them young niggas I done seen when I was a kid, how they got goaded into dumb fights or hating somebody else because somebody else, he said you a bitch. You get arrested, get a charge, gotta drop out of college. Like, it's all dumb shit.
Really? And how old were you when that happened?
Oh, that was my whole high school experience.
Yeah.
Oh, that was my whole childhood.
You're right. He's not in there no more. At some point, you have to grow out of it. I think that's a rite of passage that you have to feel those things. You have to feel that to understand how it is. Problem is that there's some grown-ups, there's some grown-ass people that still has this high school mentality, and those people are raising kids. And then them kids are perpetuating that and telling your kid that's the base of life. Because I'm a grown-up and I act like that.
Culturally, we encourage this even into adulthood.
100%.
That's why niggas in their 30s pulling out gats on guys because they said something about it.
Yeah.
Like at some point.
Ethan Klein rapes Destiny.
Welcome back.
You're a fucking idiot. Oh my god, you're just stupid.
You got to be accountable for the fact that you let all these people go. You're like, wake the fuck up. If you saw these dweebs who are in your live stream chat calling you a pussy, you round them all up. You see a couple 13-year-olds, a couple 12-year-olds, and if you let these motherfuckers right in front of you goad you into a fight, you're the biggest fucking loser. Spending your afternoon trying to get them mad, so you have to be a loser in your personal life. Anybody who's doing anything, anybody who got loved ones they spend time with, is not in the IRL stream being like, oh, you're gonna let them do that to you? It's loser shit. You're gonna let losers
dictate your life.
Have you give up your freedoms?
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
DDP just got dominated by Khamzat Chimaev, but all the talk isn't on the performance. Instead, it's on Duplessis' coach Morny Visser and how delusional he is. Before the fight, he was laughing at Chimaev's wrestling. During it, he gave DDP terrible advice, and afterwards was a total mess. He blamed the referee, claimed they'd easily win a rematch, and then admittedly they didn't fully prepare for the grappling. If your main fighter is taking on Khamzat Chimaev, wrestling would surely take up 75% of the training. But it turns out this coach has been under scrutiny for many years now. Many MMA fans think if it wasn't for du Plessis and his abilities, no one would have heard of this coach before. With Dricus du Plessis coming out of South Africa, a country not known for its MMA fighters, his head coach Morne Visser is a bit of an unknown. He's the head coach at the CIT Performance Institute in Pretoria and has been the longtime coach of DDP. Together, they dominated the South Africa MMA scene, made their way to the UFC, and reached the very pinnacle of the sport. And one of their big weapons was DDP's cardio.
He's a monster.
Yeah.
And there's guys, and you know this because you work with Marab, there's guys that reach this level of discipline and they achieve a level of cardiovascular performance that's just above everybody else's, and then they maintain it. Like, they get that advantage and they keep pushing it and they slowly keep adding onto it.
But with these one-fighter type gems, the question always remains, was it just one special fighter?
And Casprian's Troubles Canty Ue.
It is the type of honest and accurate reporting that we've been doing on what's happening in Gaza that has made us, and me in particular, a pretty big target.
Literally everything they say is nonsense.
For certain nefarious groups in the United States. So Stop Anti-Semitism, which is, I believe, the same group that clownishly went after Jennifer Gardner's little girl because she was wearing a shirt that had a watermelon design on it, okay? They're the same folks that are now coming after me. And so they posted something that I need to obviously refute because it's a lie. And then I'm gonna tell you what the reality is. So they posted this on X. Anna Kasparian isn't just spreading hate on her podcast. She uses X and YouTube to put
Zelensky versus Putin with a pocket knife. Who wins in a cage match?
Zelensky. Putin's really out of shape and not physically well right now. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Push anti-Semitic conspiracies. Oh, do I? So they say that I claim that Jews occupy and control the United States. I've never once said that Jews occupy and control the United States. I did.
Yeah, you did. Oh wait, I just said Zionists and AIPAC and right. Okay, that has nothing to do with Jews. Okay.
Say that Israel controls the United States.
Right. Yeah. They always play this game. I never said the Jews, I said Israel. Oh, so what is your problem with Israel again? Does it have something to do with Jews?
What? And I meant it. How are you gonna argue otherwise?
Fuck this dumb bitch. Whatever.
Who came through the doors and put them on the map, or did the coach help create the world champion? And while we'll truly never know, what we do know is that whatever game plan they had against Khamzat Chimaev, it did not work in the slightest.
This was terrible for Dricus du Plessis, and it's terrible not just because...
Dude, du Plessis got absolutely fucking dog-walked. Like, dog-walked, dude. That was not even close. He had no fucking chance. It was like he was just a child.
He lost, and then he lost decisively. It's the way in which he lost decisively, which is that he has trouble even with first order takedown defense, and second order, it seems like a distant impossibility.
The most obvious narrative is that du Plessis' grappling got exposed. But realistically, Chimaev has the ability to hold down any middleweight that has ever existed. What really happened is that Dricus du Plessis' coach was the one who got exposed.
I weighed 270 when I benched 410.
This is fixing the problem, not on his toes, not picking up his hands, not kicking when he needs to. So I'll fix him, yeah. Fine. Ian.
In the lead up to the fight, he was extremely vocal about this guy, Chimaev himself, and how the fight would play out.
I've had my eyes on him for a long time, and Dricus is going to finish him on the floor. And he doesn't believe it, he doesn't think it. That's where we want to fight him, on the floor.
He was talking like he had a crystal ball and had already seen the outcome, and his dismissal for someone unbeaten and as dangerous as Chimaev was pretty wild.
This is one of those annoying guys. I mean, I've never had an issue with Easy or any one of the fighters. This guy's just annoying.
Normally, the coaches stay out of the pre-fight talk, and it's rare they make themselves stand out as much as Visser did. In those instances, when the
Og, how dare you call me anti-Semitic? Zog 7.
All right, well, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Anna Kasparian.
Anna Kasparian is like the Stain Street preacher who says he does not hate guys while claiming they're an abomination to God and deserve to die.
Yeah, more or less. You know. They're, you know, we know what she's saying, but then she'll just say something stupid like, oh, I didn't mean Jews, I meant Israelis. And obvious, okay, like, as if there's a difference there. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Wizardly Rhino donate $2. Hey, I saw your e-bike versus car video you did a while back. Do you still think e-bike versus car is cheaper and better? Elaborate, please. Thanks. Depends on what kind of vehicle you need for what purpose. E-bike is cheaper, car is much more expensive. E-bike can be more fun and more convenient. Like, thanks for the
Coaches
donation,
do get
dude.
involved in the media. It's usually very respectful, focuses on the tactical aspects, and that's about it. But Mornay Visser was anything but respectful. He was mocking Chimaev's striking, questioning his mentality, and even acting as one of those strange Twitter body language experts when it came to the face-offs.
If you go back to that, and you'll see Hamzat has got his hands close to his chest, and Drikas has got his hands over Hamzat's arms. That's correct. Yeah, so not a lot of people look at that, but that shows dominance.
Weirdly enough though, it seems like Visser has routinely underestimated Chimaev before, confidently picking Robert Whittaker to beat him when they matched up.
His stand-up is, my opinion, suspect. His wrestling, he couldn't do anything with Usman. So, and Rob's stand-up's phenomenal. His wrestling and his groundwork's awesome. So I don't think that. I honestly think Kamzat's out of his league case.
That's something he's consistently thought about too, because Visser has flat out said he's not impressed by Chimaev's accomplishments in MMA.
What has he done? I mean, look at, he fought Burns, who's a real, actually, Gilbert. If Gilbert puts the effort in, he's actually a lightweight. Then Kumaro really gave him a proper run for his money with no preparation on the wrestling side. So that's where we want to fight him.
Bearing in mind, Chimaev is an undefeated monster who's finished the majority of his opponents with absolute ease. Now being impressed by someone like this is either an attempt at mental warfare, a lack of understanding, or total delusion. And based on his pre-fight tactics, it's most likely the latter.
I want to fix this problem because we're going to face Hamzat and I want to destroy him this time.
Most coaches' approach would be to avoid the early takedown at all costs, drag the fight into deep waters, and win in the later rounds on the feet. But the plan from Duplessis' coach was to out-wrestle one of the most frightening grapplers in UFC history. It makes sense for people to want to beat their opponent at their strengths to prove their dominance, but this is just ridiculous. And while Mornay Visser isn't the first coach or fighter to talk a big game before the fight just to end up eating their words, it's what happened not only after the fight, but during it that made things 100 times worse. One of the big standouts from the fight wasn't just DDP's inability to get back to his feet, but it was Mornay Visser's real lack of technical coaching. After all, if you're
Dodo donate $2. How long do you think it would take to finish Berserk if you went ham? Any other manga you would say is must read? Well, it's a manga, so if you wanted to, you could finish it in a day. Like, it's just reading. It all depends on how fast you can read. Like, I would say realistically, if you're spending a few hours a day reading Berserk, you could probably finish it easily in about a week. But yeah, I mean, if you wanted to just spend all day, you could, in theory, finish it in a day if you read quickly. Any other manga you'd say is a must read? I'd say Gantz. Akira, Chainsaw Man. Those are definitely must-reads. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
If your guy is getting taken down over and over again with ease, it's quite literally your job as a coach to try and give them the information to stop it. Sure, after the first round against Chimaev, you'd survive the storm, and Visser's goal was to keep DDP smiling and feeling positive.
Obviously, with trying to fight somebody who wrestles that hard, your arms pump up quickly. He was 100% okay, and we actually laughed about it, me and him in the corner, because I said to him, okay, this is the best he's got. That he just showed us what he can do, and he's going to keep on trying to do that. And I just didn't think that.
I don't care, CDG. I don't give a shit. Don't ask me stupid questions.
He will try to do that for 5 rounds.
But as the rounds go on, and it's becoming clear the fight is only heading in one direction, you need to do more than just keep Duplessis' spirits up. Instead though, Visser was telling his fighter that Chimaev will slow down. He did well on the ground and to take the wrestling to the Russian. There was essentially zero advice on how to defend the takedown. No push the head down, get your legs back, dig for underhooks, or any type of the typical guidance you'd see a coach give.
I think after the third, I said to Dricus, okay, we are 3 down now. Do you want to take him down? And he said to me, coach, he's too wet, too slippery. And look, we've learned a lot to go back to.
His lack of coaching was so obvious that the MMA community couldn't help but notice, with some of them even saying once DDP comes and goes, this coach won't be involved in the UFC at the highest level. But his cornering was all evidence that Visser's pre-fight delusion wasn't a ploy. He truly believed that Chimaev couldn't hold DDP down with ease, would tire out, and that Dricus could win the grappling exchange.
This reminds me of like the Ronda Rousey coach situation.
And perhaps that's because he's never seen Dricus dominated like that ever before.
You can only learn that from losing like we did. When we trained for it, we had just success. So I thought we were ready.
This is just speculation, but coming out of the gym in Pretoria, DDP is likely the big fish in a relatively small pond. That's why his coach can do wild training challenges like this.
Sometimes coach just rocks up there to training and you can see he either had a great day or a terrible day, and he goes, it's sparring day. 10K for the first knockout. And he's like, Dricus, you're in the middle. And I go, what? Why? Everybody just knows it's going to be one of those days. That day specifically, it happens sometimes. He just comes in, he's like, okay, Dricus, you're in the middle, you're on the wall. 10K for the first guy to take Dricus down.
Or the time he took on 5 Gracie Barra black belts from South Africa back to back and submitted them all.
He's to fight that connection there.
Yeah, so if Dricus can keep that connection going, oh, beautiful.
Oh, he's trying to transition over to the dance there for a second. Oh, Bradley lifted his head.
Very deep, eh? Very deep.
So they're smaller dudes who just do jiu-jitsu. Like why would you think that would, translate to him being able to compete against Khamzat Chimaev, in grappling?
So it's safe to say that at his gym, it's highly unlikely anyone can or ever has manhandled him like Chimaev did. And that probably stunned his coach during the fight and left him shell-shocked. But even so, even basic advice like trying to time a knee or an uppercut as Chimaev comes in would have been better than nothing. After all, it was obvious DDP was going to get taken down no matter what, so he may as well throw some fight-finishing shots and hope for the best. That said though, once the fight was over, the loudest person on social media wasn't Chimaev, it wasn't DDP, but instead it was Mornay Visser. And he was straight back to his delusional ways.
I need 12 to 16 weeks, which is like 4 months, 3 to 4 months, to sort this problem out. I don't need fitness, I don't need strength, I don't need conditioning, I don't need to fix his stand-up, I just need to fix this problem. And it's a fixable problem.
If there was ever a time to keep your mouth shut or give props to your opponent, it's after coaching the best fighter in your gym to arguably losing 10-8 in all 5 rounds. But somehow, DDP's coach was still super vocal. One of his big points was blaming the referee Mark Goddard for not standing them up.
But I think when shit goes down...
Literally every single stand-up in that fight was bullshit. Khamzat was working Duplessis. It's not like they were in some like weird stalemate where the fight was boring. And the ref still stood them up anyway. And that worked in Duplessis' favor, even though like it was stupid. And then he's like, really? Oh, well, they shouldn't have let fucking Kamzat, like, wrestle because Duplessis, like, sucks at wrestling, so they should have, like, fixed the fight in Duplessis' favor? What a fucking idiot.
That slow for 20 seconds, first warning, second warning, 5 seconds later, third, 5 seconds later, stand the fight up, man. That fight was smothered with boringness.
Goddard did in fact stand them up on numerous occasions, but it made quite literally zero difference because Chimaev just threw DDP back down to the floor like a ragdoll within seconds. It's also more on DDP to get back to his feet than Chimaev to do damage, and definitely Visser's responsibility to talk him through the steps to do that. But Visser is wild if he thinks it'll take a few months to bridge the gap in their grappling. It definitely screams denial from his coach, and a refusal to accept perhaps Chimaev is just better in that department of MMA. After all, Chimaev wasn't just a step ahead of Dricus, there was a huge gulf in class between the two.
For Dricus to come back from that and bridge the gap between him and Hamzat, that is a tall task.
Yeah.
It's a tall task because that kind of dominance, that kind of grappling dominance was not just a level, it was multiple levels.
Visser had never seen grappling that elite in his life. He truthfully believed Duplessis couldn't be held down like that and was hit with a rude awakening. And already he's talking about coming back and winning the belt.
There's nothing else. Dricus wants his belt back more than he wanted to get the belt in the first time.
Thankfully, he did admit there was a problem. He acknowledged there was a difference in grappling levels, and they have a bit of work to do. After all, they didn't even train in the crucifix position once.
We've practiced everything except a crucifix. There's this a way that he trapped the arm very high, almost trapped the bicep, tricep, and the shoulder with that crucifix.
But Visser has said he's determined to create a plan to stifle Chimaev if and when they do get the rematch. Of course, this is work they should have done before the fight. We all knew Chimaev was going to shoot inside 10 seconds, hunt for the takedown, and maintain control. But Visser and DDP wrongly believe they could handle it. Perhaps it's the rude awakening the coach needed to accept he hasn't got all the answers. DDP isn't indestructible.
Yeah, Kamzat's just better. Just plain better.
Israel lawmakers, scum and traitors.
Yes, I'm dieting. That's why every time I post on Instagram, I look leaner. Oh yeah, this is funny. Frank hates Santa Cruz medicinals. I fucking hate him too.
I can't.
Santa Cruz medicinals is such a fucking brain dead dumb fuck. I hate this guy.
I believe this has to be said, but you are not better than other people because you have more.
Man, you gotta love these virtue signaling hypocrite shills. As if it wasn't bad enough that Santa Cruz snake oil has sold millions, probably tens of millions of dollars worth of supplements on Amazon. Platform I'm not even allowed to use. Amazon doesn't let small business owners, legitimate small business owners, sell their products because they don't want the competition. They only let shills pretending to be small business owners, actually from large billionaire corporations. They only allow those people to sell their products. And don't get me started on this, which is mostly salt.
Retard donated $2. Yeah, we already reacted to that. Yep, 12-year-old girls have to carry knives and machetes with them so that the fucking immigrants don't sexually assault them. Europe be doing what Europe does. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Citric acid and natural flavor. Don't get me started on.
Yeah, pretty much guaranteed Kamzat takes steroids. Like they all fucking do, dude. Like, bro, especially when he was still living in Chechnya yeah, was it Chechnya? Like, dude, WADA is not doing any drug testing in Chechnya when Kadyrov could literally have them, like, you know, get an unfortunate accident if they test, you know, one of his favorite fighters. So it's just not happening. A lot of these foreign fighters have an unfair advantage when it comes to skirting drug testing because it's harder, it's more expensive to find them. It's like harder to fly out there. They can't do, you know, regular testing like they can with fighters in the United States. They have systems in place that protect them where, again, you'll have dictators like Kadyrov, you know, protect, you know, athletes they like. China does this. Russia does this.
Agreed. VG immigration has obviously gone too far.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Like, it's so silly. Again, they're letting these people in, like, just absolute fucking scumbags, just so that there's a labor pool of fucking morons who will work shitty minimum wage jobs at, like, fast food restaurants. You're just gonna, like, it's just gonna reach a boiling point where you end up having, like, mass fucking riots over these immigrants because they're such fucking crazy, ridiculous assholes. So they're gonna end up just destroying their own fucking countries over this shit because they're fucking idiots. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. But yeah. Like, you know, look at China, by the way. There's like literally two main tribes of Chineses, or like they both see each other as like different racial categories. They're both Chinese. They couldn't even get along. Like so even in a country where it's all Chinese, but because like one Chinese is different from the other Chinese, like the Han Chinese, they can't even get along. And then, like, these idiots in, like, these European fucking politician dipshits are like, what's the difference between, like, Muslim ISIS terrorists from Syria and German people? Like, what could go wrong? Obviously, Germans are gonna get along with radical Muslims from Syria. Like, it's so stupid. Like, it's the silliest shit ever.
And the snake oil,
You know, VG, I am honestly starting to think maybe conservatives wanting to ban immigration was not such a bad idea after all.
Yeah, I mean, if the alternative is living in Europe, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
this guy sells and the bull crap he peddles. Anyone that actually gets famous isn't trying to help you.
This is a really weird electrolyte mix. Magnesium glycinate. I don't know how much of the magnesium's in here, but it's a little bit of a weird choice. Because usually that's added in for, like, you know, helping people sleep.
If you're located in the United States and you're looking for pasture-raised eggs, we have the highest quality corn and soy-free, locally grown fresh eggs. And by fresh, I mean these eggs will last up to 2 months in ideal refrigerated condition. So whether you're a retail storefront, whether you're distributing to restaurants, or whether you're a restaurant.
What are the compounds that increase neural drive? So it's primarily steroids that are 5-alpha reduced. So Masteron, Winstrol, Anavar, Superdrol, like the compounds that tend to be really that really stimulate your nervous system and make you stronger, they're all They're all similar to DHT. They've been 5-alpha reduced.
Itself, these eggs will have a harder shell. They will be much higher quality than anything else you're buying. And you won't have to worry about them going bad, because that's a more than reasonable time frame to be using these eggs. So if you guys are interested, you can reach out to info@eggwholesalers.com.
Yeah, Frank has too many eggs and he's trying to get rid of them. I want to see more of this shit. He hates Santa Cruz medicinals.
The reason we're going to take over this year at Santa Cruz Paleo is because we've stockpiled a bunch of cash. Now you.
Why is that, Santa Cruz? Is it because you're selling $8 worth of beef tallow for $35, or because you're selling $15 worth of magnesium for $100?
Whoa. Yeah, what? Dude, I have never in my fucking life seen somebody charge $100 for a bottle of fucking magnesium supplement. Like it's just magnesium. Oh, CBD infused magnesium. Okay, maybe that's a little different, but like, I mean, still, give me a fucking break. Well, that is still fucking weird.
All this guy is doing is peddling bullcrap supplements from American manufacturers at triple to 10 times the price you should be paying for a legitimate supplement.
That is really fishy. So he has CBD infused magnesium, CBD infused calm caps. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh, CBD infused beef tallow. So I think what he's doing is he's selling fucking garbage and claiming it has CBD in it when it doesn't really have a substantial efficacious dose. And he's like upcharging for the CBD when, like, again, there's barely any in it. Like that's an old school trick. Like one telltale sign that, you know, a supplement is just complete and utter fucking garbage is they don't have any kind of third-party testing. What is this Comcaps thing? What's in it? Ashwagandha, theanine, passion flower, hemp-derived CBD, lion's mane. So this is just fucking stupid. Cannabinoid hemp extract, 200 milligrams. Do they have? Yeah, there's none. So this supplement has no third-party testing or verification posted on their website. That's a good telltale sign this is overpriced garbage. So he very likely got a bunch of this horse shit from China, and you can buy like garbage from them as a white label product, and then upcharge when there's very little of the actual active ingredient that you want. I don't see any like third party. It says all products are tested for purity, safety, potency. Where's the lab testing? Where's the testing? Like, it literally says on the website, all products have been lab tested. Where? You should have a lab report. So, if they've been tested, where's the fucking lab report? So they're lying. They didn't test anything. If they tested it, they'd be able to show you on the lab report, but they didn't. Yeah, so they're full of shit. There's no lab report anywhere. Yeah, they're blah. Like, there's just nothing anywhere. The lab testing thing doesn't bring you to a link. So this is just a scam. This guy is just a fucking scammer.
Raja Jackson is supposedly vegan. If he goes to prison, which he should, hopefully they have vegan food in there for him.
He is not vegan. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That's all this guy is doing. He has never formulated one product himself.
Don't want to hear anything about... I'm just done, dude. Don't care. You all, like, talk shit. I don't care. So don't mention... I'm done. Like, look, I'm not defined by my, like, current, past, future relationships. I'm my own person. I've moved on. We've been separated for a long time. I don't care. So just shut up. I'm skipping donos that mentioner, okay?
He has no understanding of health and nutrition, let alone formula supplementation, because I guarantee you any word that comes out of his mouth was said on my YouTube channel years ago. And supplement formulation is way more difficult than talking about health and nutrition stuff. It's something I've actually done myself. I have physically made and mixed chemical powders with my hands, which is something these scam artists can't talk about.
Why would that be something to brag about? He mixed chemical powders with your hands, so you didn't use like a machine that might be better at it and more precise. Like, I don't know. This is weird. Fucking idiot.
Told everybody involved in the company to keep quiet, don't talk police, don't say nothing to nobody, right?
But the most disgusting thing is that people at this school are being encouraged to not cooperate with the police. From what I hear, the police were there investigating the scene shortly after Stu was removed, and there has been multiple requests that have gone downstream from upper management to not talk with the police to
So we got Raja Jackson, that time bomb ticking piece of shit and the son of legendary Pride and UFC fighter Rampage Jackson. And you know what that idiot just did? He ran like an asshole into a wrestling ring and nearly killed a man. Why? Because he caved like a little bitch to his audience on a Kick live stream. So like so many others we've seen before him do the same shit. We have Vitali, we have Somali the little asshole, Fusi. They all cave. They all do stupid shit because they can't handle the pressure of the live stream. And they don't understand the ramifications of what their actions are, not just on their own life, but the others that they hurt as a result of it. So now we have this case, Raja the asshole running into a wrestling ring with the intentions to kill a man. And then we have a wrestling promotion that was doing their best to try to cover it up. Wait until I show you this story. So Raja went to this Knox wrestling event to support one of his piece of shit friends, AJ, right, who was wrestling at the event. And he got permission to live stream because Raja is one of these Kick assholes. So while he's there live streaming, he's backstage in the back of the place, right? You know, where the wrestlers get ready to go and perform. They shine each other up. They slap each other around with those bikinis on. They're getting ready to go out there and do their thing. So while they're back there, Raja's there filming. He's got his cameraman, right?
Where's the real McKill at? Where's he at?
You don't need to worry about him.
Psycho Stu.
Worried about Psycho Stu.
Psycho Stu.
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
And then this wrestler, Stu, sees him. He says, oh, you know, this must be part of the show. Let me add to it. So he sees a beer can there, and he slaps Raja across the face with the beer can.
Hey, I think that's a little... Oh, you don't show it?
But then Raja was pissed. He's like, why is this asshole slapping me across the face with a beer? I'm not part of this wrestling thing, right?
I just inherited 60 million. I quit my job.
Well, that's great. Probably would have done the same. Thanks for the donation, cocksucking faggot.
He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down. Yeah, what the fuck was that? You're good. What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it?
Dude, he's not a fucking worker, bro. What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro. Oh, sorry. No, I will fuck him up. I know you will. We're good. I will fuck him up, bro. What are you doing? I don't play that shit.
Well, when Stu realized that, he tried to apologize to Raja, but Raja wasn't having any of it.
I'm good. Apologize for that. Fix that. You hear me? No. Kalia, Rampage. And so No, bro. Go ahead, Stu. This is over.
Until they told him, you know what? Let's arrange it. You go in the ring, you get a little payback. And for you guys don't know, receipt means a little payback when somebody hits you hard in wrestling. It's just part of the thing. It happens all the time. And Raja says, you know what? If I can go in the ring and get a little payback, I accept your apology.
Appreciate it.
I didn't know. I just thought you were a worker. You still the camera.
I get it. Still, we're not working out. Well, he's going to come out on your mat, Zeus. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working. I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you know what I'm saying, Oz? We're always working. So we'll set it up. I'll have him come out during your match so we could fucking seal the whole thing and we'll make something out of it. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Now, a little backstory. Raja was sparring because he's an MMA fighter a couple days before. He got hit in the head a little hard and he had a concussion. So I can understand why he would be mad that he got slapped across the head, especially when he didn't expect it. And he obviously had this concussion and the symptoms were still there. So I can understand that part.
No, I didn't go with my pops. How does my head feel? I'm still fucked up. I'm not even gonna lie.
So after that, Raja's getting ready. He's going in the building. He runs into his friend AJ. And AJ tells him, you know what? Go get your receipt. Go get his ass. And he was excited about it, right?
I wasn't swing.
No.
What he thought was he was a pro.
I understand.
Yeah.
And another thing is, even when we are working like that, you don't fucking, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
So he don't. He's a fucking idiot. Hey. So when you run in on his shit, you fucking give him his receipt. Remember what a receipt is. Give him that fucking receipt. Go tag his shit. If you got a fucking problem with it, I'll fucking run out there. Tag his shit, bro.
He's not lying that his head was fucked up. He got kicked super hard in the head. Dude, you're fucking stupid. The fucking video was right there. Everyone's a fucking idiot, dude. It's like, I'll title the fucking stream gaming stream, then it's like, why are you playing games?
What would you do if Dodo died? He is your main income source. Would you go back to photography as a career? Would you ever consider that regardless of what happens to Dodo?
Yeah, sure, great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
So then Raja went inside, he sat his little ass down, and that's where the problem started. First, his father called him, Rampage, because he was watching the live stream, and he said, listen, you asshole, how did you get bitch slapped by these guys in tights, right? And he wasn't happy about it because I guess Rampage, you know, as a father, is a tough father, and the kid, he don't want to deal with his father making fun of him.
Apologize, right?
Hey, yo.
Because when I mentioned...
Did you get jumped by a bunch of dudes in tights, nigga?
You
said what? Did you get jumped by a bunch of dudes in tights? No.
Why did
I looked at your stream because my cat was going crazy. Then by the time I popped in your stream, you was hugging on the dude in some damn tights. Man, shut the fuck up. Man, you shut the fuck up. I looked at your stream, nigga, you was hugging on some dude some booty shorts. I wasn't fucking on nobody. I saw you, nigga. I saw you hugging on your coach. Sexual fantasies. Stop this. No, I don't got no sexual fantasies, nigga. I got some eyeballs. I saw you making shit up.
And then after that, the chat started making fun of his ass even more, and Raja started feeling like even a bigger bitch. He's got his father bitching at him, making fun of him. He's got the chat bitching at him, making fun of him. And remember I said, this guy's a ticking time bomb. He's known of having a history of being that type of person. So you're taking a person that's a ticking time bomb, putting the chat, urging him to do shit, his father making fun of him, and then we have what happens next.
I'm gonna fake crash out. All right, bet. You about to see you about to see how fake of a crash out I am. Now I get a chance to get in the ring and do this and do some shit to him. How many subs to knock him out? That's a good question.
I sometimes jerk off to pictures of my sister. It feels good to finally admit that.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Billy Bob.
I don't know. Exactly. Watch. My dad can't never call me a bitch. Straight up. And tell me to fake him. They say I can hit him for real. Exactly. People think this shit's sweet. People think this shit's a fucking game. Straight up, bro. I don't really have to show him like, nigga, you can't just hit a fucking can on my goddamn face. W, if you want to see me, you want to see if I can pick him up. W.
Oh, let's do this. He gets up, he waits for his cue to go in, he jumps in the ring, he slams Stu down on the ground, and then if you see Stu here, which I gotta be careful not to show the footage, he's out. After that slam, he hit his head, he was out for the count, right? But then Raja didn't stop. He hit him not once, not twice, but 23 times in the head until the man was gushing in blood. While the crowd was there, women, kids, they're all there to have a good time watching a show. And they watched this man nearly get killed. And the only reason it stopped was because Doug ran into the cage and tried to pull Raja off. Well, in turn, Raja started fighting with Doug. But Doug, he did a great thing. He did a little Mike Tyson and bit the shit out of Raja, which he wasn't happy about after. Then Raja left the ring, and the man was left, like I said, in the ring, unconscious, nearly dead, bloody. The crowd is going crazy. People are wondering what's going on, because you got to understand, at these events, it's hard to tell. Is this part of the show or is it not part of the show? But they all had a sense that something didn't seem right here. So to me, this was premeditated. This is something Raja wanted to do. He said what he wanted to do this man before he goes in this cage. Remember I said, this guy's a ticking time bomb, he needs help? Normal people would be able to control their emotions, be able to control their actions in situations like this. They would see he's knocked out, the man is done. Yeah, maybe you hit him once or twice, but you realize and you stop. But no, this kid needs help. He saw the man out, and he didn't stop at one or two. He hit him 23 times while he was bloody. How in any world did he think this was okay? And after that happened, when he was out on the street, I'm going to show you this portion, you can clearly see that this kid is not right in the head.
Tired of motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Real shit. One of them a bitch and fucking bit me. I'm tired of everybody playing with me and shit. Think I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'ma stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody playing with me, bro. Real shit.
Come over here and let's go on that viral moment, you feel me? Come on, man. We're leaving, man. We're walking away, bro. Let's not take it serious. Let's go. Come on, Roger. Let's go. You need to listen. Let's go.
So now let's go back for a moment. You guys remember when Raja was walking in to the arena, right? To the ring. And AJ, that piece of shit, stopped him. He says, go get a receipt. Well, Doug, okay, the man who saved Stu's life, pulling Raja off of him, right? He was just on a podcast, a Scaling Up podcast. And you know what he said? He said that AJ had it out for Stu. He had problems with him. And he knew Raja was a ticking time bomb. And he urged him to go in there and take this further than it was supposed to go.
I think the culmination between his dad picking on him and all his daddy issues came out and all the shit that AJ gassed up into his head, because let me put it this way, I don't like Raja. I think Roger's a shit person for what he did. But I think AJ's a bigger shit person for gassing him up to be in that fucking ring, to leading him to ruin his own fucking life, to hurt somebody that AJ also has a fucking problem with. You can't fucking tell me that's not, I don't believe in coincidence.
He was basically trying to put the blood on someone else's hands.
Exactly, because he's not going to do it himself.
So now his father, Rampage Jackson, this is somebody that was one of my favorite fighters of all time. And I watched Rampage when he...
After Rampage was on The Ultimate Fighter, I did not like Rampage Jackson. The guy's a fucking obnoxious asshole.
This vegan guy benched 500 pounds. Do you think he is natural? He only weighs like 220.
No. I don't think he's natural. Let me see if there's any other footage of him. Road to 500. Just seeing the way the weight moved, really sus. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think he might be on something. I could be wrong, but I don't know if this guy claims natural or not. He's clearly a really big dude. But yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say no. Thanks for the donation, Monty.
Yeah bro, the chat probably made Raja feel like he could get in the ring and get some payback, but there's no way brothers chat can be blamed for the excessive and deadly blows to the head over and over. Bro is a menace and shouldn't be a part of polite society.
No one's saying Raja isn't responsible. It's just, you know, it's a combination of factors. Thanks for the donation, retard.
He fought in King of the Cage before anyone even knew what MMA was. He had legendary...
He just says he isn't on steroids. All his recent posts are in his shorts.
Yeah, could be natty, but... Yeah, he 500 moved very, very quick. It's a little sus. Like once people start benching over 400, that's when you should like raise an eyebrow, and then like 500, that's a lot of fucking weight. So it's possible. It's not like you can't bench that weight naturally. It's just that the likelihood that you're natural and able to bench over 400 pounds starts like nosediving pretty quickly the higher and higher up you go. Thanks for the donation though, Monty.
battles with Marvin Eastman. And he's somebody I've always loved and respected. But he clearly knows his son has issues. He even said, you know what? I don't need to save money for college for this kid. I'm going to need to save money to bail him out of jail. So he knows he clearly has issues. And this is not an accident, like I said before. This is a kid who doesn't know how to control his emotions.
Roger and his oldest son whole life, I knew them two wasn't going to college. And my two Japanese kids, I knew they was going to college. So college tuition for the two Japanese kids and bail money for Roger and his brother. So don't fuck with him. If you go to jail, I'm just going to bail him out. Don't fuck with my son.
Doug was explaining the horror show that happened in that arena with the kids and the families trying to come watch a entertaining family show. And what happened? They saw a man nearly get killed. Stu's family was there and saw him almost get killed, which I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Stu here in a moment.
There was kids crying. There was women and children upset. The little girl, Sophia, in my tag team, she saw the whole fucking thing. And as an adult, that's my job to, is to protect everybody. And I fell really short. I talked to her dad. She said she saw everything. She tried to get out of the car, come back. and see if Stu was going to be okay. And it's fucked up. You know, like, you have kids at the show, you have families at the show. We're supposed to be here for a good time. And why I keep bringing up that fucking asshole with the stupid cowboy hat? Because you brought somebody that was volatile. You knew he was volatile. You set him up. You had him do your dirty work at a show where you know everybody's doing this for entertainment.
But that's not only the fucked up thing that happened. This promotion knocks wrestling, right? After it happened, you know what they did? They went on a group chat and told everybody involved in the company to keep quiet, don't talk police, don't say nothing to nobody, right?
But the most disgusting thing is that people at this school are being encouraged to not cooperate with the police. From what I hear, the police were there investigating the scene shortly after Stu was removed, and there has been multiple requests that have gone downstream from upper management to not talk with the police directly if they are contacted, and to only let a certain group of individuals interact with the police. That is extremely dishonest. You guys let your friend almost die, and now you're trying to have people lie for you.
But then on the other hand, they went...
Well, it doesn't sound like they're encouraging people to lie. They're just saying, you know, certain people, including the organization, could be liable. So just let, you know, our legal team handle it. Don't make, you know, statements to the police, you know, that sort of thing. They're not telling anybody to lie.
And told them, hey, go and post Stu getting fucked up all over social media because they wanted the publicity.
And that behavior continued when they encouraged every single member of this academy to stay quiet and not contact the authorities, not respond to the authorities, while simultaneously being extremely excited that this event has landed them 15 minutes of fame. They were encouraging people to repost their brother getting beaten to death and discouraging them from talking to law enforcement to make sure that...
Yeah, okay, so this promotion's really scummy.
The proper individuals responsible for this end up in jail.
So this company, okay, do they care about their employees? Do they care about the people that are working for them, where they're willing to see a man nearly get killed in a ring, and they want people to shut up, don't call police, but promote it on social media? This man is in the hospital, okay? We don't know if he's going to ever be okay in life. We don't know if he's ever going to be able to see his family and recognize them, because what happened to him is when he woke up, they put him in induced coma. And when he woke up, he didn't know where he was. He can't get up and walk around normal. He has severe trauma, severe brain injury, right? And this company doesn't give a shit, doesn't give a shit. So to me, they need to be held accountable just as much as Raja needs to be. And Stu is a military veteran, okay? He served our country and he has PTSD from all the shit that he went through. And not only does he have to deal with that, right? But now, with the head injury that he's dealing with, we only can hope and pray that he fully recovers from this. So as I was saying earlier, we've already seen this with Somali, the little bitch boy, okay? Vitali, Fusi Tube, and now we see it with Raja. They let strangers come.
I want to suck on my boyfriend's toes while I finger myself, but he doesn't seem too into it. I am really annoyed. How do you suggest I convince him to let me suck on his toes?
You know, just see if there could be some sort of reciprocation. So maybe he wants to do something that you're uncomfortable with, and you can make some sort of, you know, deal to, if you get to do what you want, you know, he gets to do what he wants. Thanks for the donation, Kayla.
Complete strangers control their actions to not only ruin their own life, but ruin others, just like we see now with the man almost getting killed in the ring. And Raja is probably going to be facing prison time, because I can't see any way that he's going to get out of that. And again, all my prayers to Stu. All I've heard about him is that he was a great...
Yep.
There's something kind of worrying going on in the world of cancers. I mean, it's cancers. All worrying. But more and more people under the age of 50 are being diagnosed with colorectal cancer. In some countries, the number of cases has even doubled in recent decades, which is strange, since typically colorectal cancer is a disease that affects older adults. And what's even stranger is that these young people don't seem to have any of the usual risk factors for colorectal cancer, like an inherited genetic mutation. Plus, even once they realize, the damage may have already been done. But after some sleuthing, scientists might have an answer in the form of a common gut bacterium. While not every country has seen uniform increases in early onset colorectal cancer, at least 27 of them have seen a jump. In fact, in many higher income nations, the overall incidence of colorectal cancer has gone down, which makes the rise in young people all the more dramatic. And if the number of youth cases keeps going up, then researchers think colorectal cancer could become the leading cause of cancer-related death among young adults by 2030. That's soon. Researchers have been scrambling to find a cause in order to prevent those deaths, and they've largely come up empty. But thanks to a 2025 study published in the journal Nature, they may have found an answer. The authors sequenced the entire genome of almost 1,000 cancer samples from both early and late onset cases, from 11 countries across 4 continents, which is like pretty comprehensive as these things go. What they saw was a specific pattern of DNA mutations that looks like the pattern left behind by a bacterial toxin called colobactin. And these mutations were 3.3 times more common in early onset cases, which here means adults under 40 than in those diagnosed after the age of 70. Now, researchers already knew that colobactin is linked with certain cases of colorectal cancer, but this is the first time that they'd shown a link between it and early cases. And they think that those DNA mutations are building up early in life, like we're talking childhood early, which basically puts them decades ahead of schedule for developing colorectal cancer. What is colobactin and how does it lead to cancer? Colobactin is what's called a genotoxin. That's a toxin that damages DNA. It's made by certain strains of E. coli bacteria, and while you might hear about E. coli in scary contexts like food poisoning or UTI, it's often found as a usually harmless resident of your gut. E. coli make colobactin in order to fight off other bacteria. Problem is, it doesn't just damage bacterial DNA, it's pretty harmful to human DNA too. Until as recently as 2020, we didn't really know a ton about how colobactin damages our genetic material, because this sneaky little toxin is tricky to study. It doesn't last very long in a lab setting, and it's near impossible to separate out from other substances that E. coli makes, some of which are actually helpful for our bodies. It wasn't until other scientists created mini petri dish organ models called organoids and improved mathematical techniques for analyzing mutations that researchers could figure out what colobactin was up to. In a 2020 study, biologists infected these mini organs with colobactin-making E. coli and looked at how the DNA in those cells changed. What they discovered was a mutational signature, a kind of calling card colobactin leaves behind when it reacts with DNA. The same calling card was detected by the researchers in the 2025 study. And they can tell because it has 2 key mutations. One, called SBS88, frequently swaps out one of the 4 building blocks of DNA, a thymine, for a different one, usually cytosine. Another mutation, called ID18, inserts or deletes a small section of DNA. And that leads to what's called a frame shift. Basically, this means the DNA isn't read in the way that it should be. Like, imagine you have the sentence, "the fat cat sat." Now get rid of the E, but you keep the same spacing and you get the act at. It just doesn't make sense anymore. In the same way, if the spacing of the genetic code gets messed up, the cell's machinery can't read it correctly. The reading frame...
Are you ever planning to visit the US? If so, what state? I would travel to you. I would love to meet you in person.
Yeah, I'll probably visit the US. Might go to Chicago, New York, California, Florida. Thanks for the donation, Jimmy Neutron, Sweaty Balls. Nighty night, Chris. Sweet dreams.
is shifted. These two mutations are driver mutations, meaning they drive or spur on the development of cancer. Specifically, if we're going to get in the weeds here, what might be happening with colorectal cancer is that colobactin, with all of its snipping and swapping of DNA, might be turning off a copy of a gene called APC. And APC is a tumor suppressor gene, meaning one that's really important for keeping cancer in check. And it's especially important when it comes to colorectal cancer. All right. But what does this have to do with early cases specifically? It's not clear. The authors of the 2025 study proposed that colobactin-producing strains of E. coli might have been getting more common in the second half of the 20th century, leading to more of the toxin in our guts. And what's really important here, and scary, is that these mutations tend to occur early in life. Frighteningly, one of the researchers suggested that this could represent a head start for the cancer of up to 20 years, developing at age 40 instead of age 60. So it's not like you can start taking probiotics in your 30s to ward off the bacteria, since the damage has already been done, which I don't like as a 45-year-old. And there's still a ton that we don't know here. Like, how are children being exposed to these bacteria? Is it something we can prevent? And are you more likely to be exposed if you have a certain lifestyle or live in a particular place? Researchers are now starting studies to try and answer those questions, and they're developing early detection tests that hunt out colobactin-related mutations in stool samples to catch potential cancers before they get too far. But until we have more answers, there are things you can do. If you're 45 or older, you can get screened.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. People wanted to know what's going on with the MMA wrestling fight situation. So I figure I'd oblige. Also, my dick is 7,777,777 inches bigger than Cousin Richard.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is
Dude, he is so fucking stupid. So dumb.
is Monday evening. Reason for the video is I finally wanted to comment on the Raja Jackson, Rampage Jackson's son, that whole wrestling incident. Now, I wanted to wait a little bit, folks, in order to report on this, and here's the reason being. What I wanted to wait on specifically was whether there were going to be any charges or whether Rampage's son was going to turn himself in. And just as I expected, folks, no arrest has been made. The son hasn't turned himself in or anything. No one is pressing for him to get arrested.
Yeah, the police don't have to arrest you right away. Like, they're just collecting evidence, you idiot. It's like when a murder happens. They might think somebody is responsible for a murder, but, like, typically they don't arrest them right away. They collect evidence to make sure that they're the one who committed the murder. Then they arrest them and lay the charges.
Therefore, by the virtue of that, I'm just going to have to consider the whole thing staged. All right, folks?
Yeah, it's staged. The guy got serious brain damage and is being put in a medically induced coma. It was all staged. Part of the plan. What a fucking idiot.
Folks, now, was the fists that were coming down on the dude's head legitimate? Yes, they were indeed legitimate. Was the slam legitimate? Yes, it was. So you probably are asking the...
If I donate $10, will you do an impression of Dewey, Billy's cousin? Or are you a little too cranky for that?
I think I'm a little too cranky. I just need to chill today. Thanks for the donation, though, Tranny Hater 5000.
Grape one. What makes you think it's staged if the hits are for real and the body slam is real? Well, it's quite simple. It's called a shoot. So let me explain something to you. When a wrestling promotion is starting out and it needs some quick traffic, or if it's just a shitty promotion that is dying, they will do what's called a shoot. Now, Tony Atlas, you guys know him, WWE Hall of Famer. He's done a lot of shoot matches here, to where he's allowed a woman to legitimately punch him, and he did a bunch of shows similar to that. Generally, a shoot wrestling match involves legitimate hits and legitimate slams and stuff. Now, I would have to say that it is unusually excessive because he was just teeing off on him with 10 shots, but at the same time, again, folks, there's absolutely no arrest, no anything really, no arrest. He's not turned himself in. If this was legitimate, he would be in jail right now. You think the cops can't go and find this nigga? Of course not, you know. It's staged, folks. It's staged. The only thing that will convince me otherwise is if he gets arrested and he gets legitimately charged. I don't expect to see that. What I expect to see is, I ain't gonna press no charges, followed by some other teabag wrestling match. But for right now, folks, I'm calling it staged. I'm calling it BS, okay? Bull hockey. All right? That's all I got to say about this. Sorry about the lighting. Things a little messed up here. But okay, peace out. Bye-bye.
Vince Goodrum is so stupid. What a stupid, stupid man. What was I gonna look up? This fucking retard.
You guys.
You know, it's actually true. You need to make garbage brain rot content like Mr. Beast. This is...
We are at Ocean Pacific Gym in PB, California, Austin's former gym. We might find him here today, you never know. But
how old is this guy? He looks like he could be 40 or like 25. Brendan Ruh. Oh, he's a year younger than me. He's 33. Yeah, he's 33. So this guy has like a ton of fucking wrinkles, crow's feet. His skin looks like at least what you'd expect from a 40-year-old. But I have the healthiest diet. Sunscreen causes cancer. Seed oils are bad for you. Yeah. Every time. Every time.
we might find him here today, you never know. But yeah, this gym's insane, like 7 rooms, they got everything, cold plunge.
His haircut also looks fucking retarded, by the way. It's like the most trailer trash fucking haircut I've ever seen.
yoga, so many weights, a whole room just for your glutes. Kind of weird, but it's kind of cool. So yeah, just gonna hit a little lifting, and I think Albert and I are doing like chest and back today, so we're surfing later. It's gonna be fun. Oh yeah, little chest, little incline machine, converging.
Wow, he's like really small and weak, even though, like, isn't he getting all the protein he needs from his red meat? I don't get it. Why are, like, vegans so much bigger and stronger than him? Maybe he's not eating enough meat yet and he's, like, almost eating like a vegan? I don't know. Wow, these people are weak, pathetic fucking losers. Also, I love this. Oh my god, I love this. This still his face. Oh my god, he looks retarded. Look at this. Oh my god, that looks so funny. Oh, that's such a great still. I gotta save that one. Oh, that's hilarious. Let me see. Oh my god, that's funny. His skin is so wrinkly. It's like leathery and it's like an old man. Yeah, maybe that's what happens when you live in California and you don't wear fucking sunscreen. Fucking dork. What a jackass. Look at his, like, dumbass haircut. This guy is such a weird dork. Fucking twat.
Whew. It's feeling good. We are at Ocean. This is going to be a comprehensive guide on how to lose weight using real science, using whole foods. So if you follow this, you're going to be able to lose weight and improve your health. This is a really important video, and you need to be real with yourself, first of all, if you need to lose weight. While we should not be trying to chase some crazy body image of being like completely ripped, which can actually be kind of unhealthy if you get to really low levels of body fat, we also need to be real that if we are carrying belly fat and carrying excess adipose tissue, it can put our health at risk. This has been clearly established. So let's get into how to lose that weight. The first thing you want to do is find your total daily energy expenditure, your TDEE as it's called. There are calculators online where you can find this. Now, this measurement is not perfect, but it is a decent range of basically how many calories you are burning through in any given day. To do this, look up TDEE calculator. There's a few free ones online. Put in your age, your weight, your height. And now when it asks for activity level, you need to be real with yourself. When they refer to exercise, they mean actual hard workout. So if you aren't working out hard, you need to be real with yourself. You're only going to harm yourself if you overestimate how much you work out. Some weeks I really am doing that heavy exercise protocol, 6 to 7 days, hard training in the week. So on those days where I'm really working out hard, it probably puts me around 2,847 calories. This is important to know because you do have to be in a calorie deficit to lose weight. For some reason, people in the holistic health community, which I would say I am part of, I'm a big fan of it, have sometimes denied calories in, calories out. The simple fact is this just does work for weight loss. When you go into a calorie deficit, you lose weight. When you go into a calorie surplus, you put on weight. Now we'll get into why some of the arguments sort of, I would say, against that simple oversimplification do make sense because you can make life really easy for yourself or really difficult for yourself. But we need to make it clear that that is the most important thing to look at. If you are in a deficit, you are going to start to lose weight. If you're in a surplus, you're going to gain weight. If you're at maintenance, you're going to stay at the weight you're at. This video is going to be very practical, and while it's going to dive somewhat into the science of why this stuff works and what you need to understand, it's going to be more of a video that you can watch and then you can be like, there's MyFitnessPal, there's don't. They start to
tracking morning
starting from the morning. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing you should do is go outside and hydrate. This is going to help your circadian rhythm and all of the things the holistic health community talks about of sleep, exercise, sunlight, movement, hormones, all these things do matter. Why do they matter? Well, calories in, calories out is the foundation. Your body has an immune function. It has an endocrine system or a hormone system. It has your gut health. And these things do dictate how you feel. You have the gut-brain axis, which is involved in dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine.
That's a myth. Your gut does not affect neurotransmitters in your brain. There's that idea that, oh, your gut produces serotonin. Yeah, and serotonin doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier, and it's a different type of serotonin.
Horseshoe theory vindicated? Or just brain damage meets retardation? Also, I did not know that Sean King is Muslim. Not surprised, too.
Well, he's probably not Muslim and he just says that. We are no longer afraid, and it's time we all come together. We can sort our disagreements after we win this battle. Agreed, we're not afraid of them. We must unite. Jake Shields is a literal Nazi. So he's saying he wants to unite with a Nazi?
What up, guys? Welcome.
Like again, they're all... Like, these people are just weak, pathetic, like, gay retards. Fuck Sean King, dude. Like, can the guy even bench his body weight? Like, he's a fucking loser. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Norepinephrine. And while people have proven that you can lose weight eating Twinkies and McDonald's and all this crappy food that I hate, the simple fact is, in reality, it's extremely difficult for people because if you get sick for a week eating those foods, it's going to make it harder. If you have a lack of energy because you are developing some nutrient deficiencies, it's going to make it harder to go hard at the gym. If you're eating not enough protein and real whole foods to help your body recover and get good sleep, it's going to make it harder. So all this is going to be based on a real whole foods diet. Our main goal throughout the day is to hit our protein goal. How you can find your protein goal is very simple. Find the goal body weight that you want to be at and make sure that goal body weight puts you at a relatively lean physique. You want to eat that many grams of protein every single
Donators, does this make sense to you? Watch the whole video. Let me see. British Customs let in an illegal migrant into the country even though it's obvious to them that the man has falsified documentation. Doesn't even remember the name of the university he claims to study.
I told you I can't remember right now.
Why not?
Because my mind is not steady. I told you. My mind is all messed up. I can't remember. I need some time.
Rubbish. You don't know the name of the college where you studied for a whole year?
Not whole year, 6 months.
6 months? You sure? So how long did you study at the second college was my question.
I think 8 months or something.
What subjects did you study?
Well, first year.
For your 8 months at the second college whose name you can't remember, what subjects did you study?
Can't remember.
You can't tell me what the name of the college was or what you studied while you were there? You've forgotten.
You've got all my documents, you can check that.
Well, I'm asking you, sir, because the only way I can be sure that you've studied here is if you tell me, and you can't tell me anything.
Yeah, because I told you my memory is not so sharp.
That's not an excuse. I know why you can't remember the second one, because you never went there. When did you enrol at Churchill College?
October. I think.
October what year?
2007.
So why then do you have letters from the other college, the second college, saying you were also enrolled at their college at the same time?
What time?
The same time you say you've been studying at Churchill College?
No.
Yes, sir.
Can I have a look?
No, because that will give you the name of the college. One of them's wrong. I have a problem with the fact that you've got documentation in your bags which tells me that you were studying in 2 places at once. You may disagree with me, that's what the documents say. This leads me to believe that you've been less than honest with me so far today.
Listen, this is true.
Don't tell me to listen.
Okay.
I've got the documents, you can't remember what's on there because you never went there. That's why you don't know the name of the college. You've got documents by deception. How you got them, I don't know. Alright, so stop messing about, because this is ridiculous. Saying you can't remember the name of somewhere you claim to have studied at for 8 months. It's ludicrous. Ludicrous. The title of the exam was?
I told you I can't remember right now.
Why not?
Because my mind is not steady. I told you. My mind is all messed up. I can't remember. I need some time.
Immigration officer and
Because I know that anyone with any credit, it's your lucky day. Alright? You awake? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah? My chief immigration officer and I have spoken about you at length. Alright? Now, whilst I'm not satisfied that you're studying here, at the moment I don't have enough to cancel your visa. So you're being allowed to enter today. Alright?
Yeah, okay, well, that explains why these fucking crazy whack jobs can get in. So they just let in, like, clear liars, scammers, terrorists, fucked up idiots. They just let them in. It all makes sense now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Single day. For many people, if I tell them, hey, eat this many grams of protein per day, walk a lot, lift some weights, eat whole foods, they will lose weight. Studies have shown that eating a high protein diet and eating good amounts of fiber from real whole foods will stimulate these satiety hormones like GLP-1. You probably heard of people doing Ozempic.
Okay, people who say this are out of their minds fucking stupid. So the natural GLP-1 that your body produces, it's only active for like 30 fucking minutes. It does not, like, you'll have a meal, GLP-1 will spike, but it'll only be elevated for like 15 to 30 minutes. The reason these GLP-1 agonist drugs work these drugs work so well is because they found a way to massively extend the half-life of when it's actually in your serum. So it keeps your GLP-1 constantly fucking elevated. So this is just fucking horseshit. They're like, yeah, foods that are higher in carbohydrate, water, fiber, protein tend to be more satiating, but it doesn't really have anything to do with GLP-1.
GLP-1s, and you have other hunger hormones which get stimulated better, to oversimplify, when you eat real sources of protein, fiber. And we're going to dive into exactly what foods and walk you through this day. But when you feel full, it makes life easy because then you feel good. You see, most of your calories are not burned through exercise. Even if you're exercising pretty hard, they are burned through something called BMR. This is your basal metabolic rate. It's the calories that your body uses to do basic functions. BMR is going to be like 50 to 80% of the calories you burn. There's also the thermic effect of food, meaning your body literally uses calories to digest the food you are eating, and this accounts for about 5 to 10% of the calories you burn. And then you have exercise, which of course can burn calories. The real trick is as your body gets healthier and you exercise more and your mitochondria function better, that BMR can be increased, because as you get more jacked, there's stuff that's going to help you. Number one, there are certain supplements that can sort of help your blood sugar, like alpha-lipoic acid, vitamin C, magnesium. And while these supplements are not going to directly make you lose weight, you could gain weight or lose weight while taking these. What it is going to do is help with your blood sugar and make life easier for you.
Why wouldn't you... Is there a Streamlabs error again? For real? Why? Why in God's name? Yeah, that's great. I love that. I love that. It's great. It's just great. Terrific. Very nice. Wonderful. Awesome. Cool. That is just perfect. What, like, I don't get it. There's like these, there'll be no problems for a few months, and then every other fucking stream, like, I have to contact Streamlabs support. It's fucking stupid.
For you. Creatine is another one that I think is very misunderstood. Creatine is going to help your ATP production.
So this guy is a fucking idiot. He's like, oh, take some like dumb over-the-counter supplement to control your blood sugar. Why wouldn't you take a drug like retatrutide? So he recommended like 3 different fucking supplements for blood sugar control. Why wouldn't you just take retatrutide? It wouldn't be that much more expensive, and it will actually work to not only control your blood sugar, but it also helps to reduce appetite, and it directly helps to assist with burning fat, particularly visceral fat. So why wouldn't you just take a GLP-1 agonist drug like retatrutide? Why would you take some stupid fucking supplement that doesn't work as well?
Weight or lose weight while taking these. What it is going to do is help with your blood sugar and make life easier for you. Creatine is another one that I think is very misunderstood. Creatine is going to help your ATP production and help facilitate harder workouts for you. And it will help you put on some muscle, which is going to help you burn more calories at rest. So I think a dose of about 5 grams per day, because you are embarking on an exercise regimen during this weight loss time. It's a very solid idea and a solid supplement to add in. Next is ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is commonly misused and people take it in the morning. So you don't want to fear having higher cortisol in the morning. You want a nice rhythm of cortisol that rises when you wake up and basically falls throughout the day. So after training, when I get home, is when I'm taking some ashwagandha. This is going to help lower my cortisol a bit, help facilitate deeper sleep, and it's a very affordable, easy to use supplement, and when used right, it can lead to more feelings of calmness, lead to slightly better endocrine function, so more testosterone. So I'm a huge fan of it. Tools like sauna can help. Now, saunas don't burn an insane amount of calories. You can burn 100, 200.
Saunas don't do fucking anything. They are entirely useless.
Sometimes 300 calories in like a sauna session, but they've been shown to help with sleep. And there is some truth. Do saunas help you detoxify? There's actual studies on that, helping you sweat out stuff like heavy metals, even BPA. So if you have access to a sauna at your gym, get
Retarded. Yeah, don't bother.
Get in there a few times a week. It's a good thing. And the last thing I'll talk about is basically how you want to manage your macronutrients. There's simply a variety of ways to go about this. In my opinion, if you are trying to lose weight, a higher protein, lower carb diet is the way to go. Why is this? Let me be clear that I'm definitely not saying no carb. I eat potatoes, I eat fruit, I eat veggies, and in the day that I planned out, yeah, you're going to be eating some of those carbs. Carbs do help you fuel your workout. They get you fiber, and they're a pretty satiating food and not one you need to fear. However, oftentimes for people that aren't embarking on some really, really strenuous training program, they might need a little less carbohydrates than they think. And really the main goal, as I said, should be hitting that protein goal.
Again, as long as you're in a deficit, that's all that matters. Doesn't really matter what your macro breakdown is if you're trying to lose body fat.
Well, it will be a life changer for you. You also don't want to completely cut out healthy fats. While fats are very calorically dense, and it's one of the things you really do need to focus on how much you're adding. If you're not seeing progress, if you're gaining weight week after week, it's most likely you're cooking some food in some olive oil or some butter or adding it to your meals or getting takeout from restaurants where you have no idea how much fat they've added to that meal. And it can quickly take a meal that you think, oh, okay, this meal is, this many calories. It could up it by 300 like that. And as we said, you're trying to get like a 300 to 500 calorie deficit probably. So 2 meals like that and you are in a surplus. But having some grass-fed butter or a little bit of coconut oil or some olive oil is totally okay. And it's going to help many things like your brain function, your skin health, and your endocrine system. The goal is to create a lifestyle where it feels natural to be in a slight deficit. And while you can get on the scale and weigh yourself, you shouldn't worry about it too much because our body does have fluctuations in water weight. So really give yourself some time and check in with yourself. Maybe weigh yourself once a week instead of weighing yourself every single day. You can do this on a whole foods diet, and I promise you it's going to make your life easier. When your immune function is better, your gut function is better, your neurotransmitter function is better, you are going to feel better.
That was not the most horrible video he ever made. There's some stupid shit in there.
I promise you guys.
But not like outrageously retarded. What's Mark Plummer up to?
This may seem insane to you, but I've never seen my arms more full and bigger than doing what I'm about to do to them before bed.
Off all Clen, all T3. I have been cutting for the last 6 weeks, and we have been using those things for the last 6 weeks, and I just want to give my body a small break. So what we are doing instead is we are doing 2 scoops of amino cuts. We are doing 1 serving of Gorilla Mind AM Fat Burner, and we are doing 1 serving of Yohimbine from Gorilla. Arguably the exact same effects and results, just the natural way. You could argue back in the day, is Clen more efficient, or is this more efficient, or is an ECA stack, which is ephedrine, caffeine, and baby aspirin more efficient? To be honest, I feel
Do you mix steroids with your blood before injecting it into yourself? That is a monstrously stupid question. That is just so hilariously stupid. Thank you for asking.
feel it's just not letting your body get too adapted to what you're taking. Everyone knows the longer your cycle goes, the more ineffective it becomes. So this week reset is gonna give my body a little bit of downtime from being pulverized by those drugs. We're gonna hit them from different angles with these products. So when we go back on in a week to finish this cut and get as lean as we humanly can, it's gonna hit that much harder. I'm gonna make this up, go do 45 minutes of stairs at the gym, and then I'll come back for a little physique update and to take my starting arm size for today. So let's go.
Fucking the music people add, dude.
Hi guys, so obviously what I'm gonna
Does he have his pro card, or is he still an amateur? I'm not sure if he ever I don't think he ever got his pro card. You know, I really should probably try competing in bodybuilding, you know, sometime soon. I think I've got a pretty good physique for it, where I could actually be pretty competitive in you know, amateur classic physique. I definitely do want to build up my legs a bit more, but I think I could actually place pretty well.
I'm going to show you today takes a little bit of time, and you'll see why, but it's not as much time as you think. So right now we're going to measure my arms. So in 6 weeks from now, when we're done the cut, we're also going to measure the arms, because over the next 6 weeks I'm going to do this, and I guarantee you my arms are going to be an inch bigger. And an inch is fucking huge, right? 18.5 cold. That's my fat, that's my masturbation arm too. This one's going to be smaller. Yeah, fuck!
Yeah, 17.3.
Damn, 17, guys, so there's almost a quarter inch. I need to start fucking jacking with my left. That's crazy. Anyways.
What do you mean you need to start jacking with them?
That's not like you do it. Okay, let me go on my speech.
You're welcome.
I didn't say thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright guys, so 17.5 inches cold. We're gonna also check them in the gym after I show you guys an insane arm day today. But the insane arm day is only step 2 of what is getting our arms to grow, because you are never gonna guess step 1. So we're gonna cook up some breakfast, and we have a very exciting day because I am expecting an order, so I cannot wait.
Why in the fuck? Like, let's see, I literally just said I'm on steroids. I'm gonna, like, probably compete in bodybuilding. Other people in the chat say I'm just on steroids. Is vegangains on steroids, or is he natural? Why in the fuck? I just don't. Just shut up, dude.
To show you what is coming.
I don't know. Like, why do you
kidding.
talk and
I'm
ask
super
dumb
excited.
questions?
Ta-da! 150 of the newest hoodie drop, no pump, no filter, just roids, and there has been a massive quality upgrade. I'm gonna grab one of the 3XLs and I'm gonna model this shit. Let's go. Alright guys, the newest hoodie with massive upgrades done. So we went with a cotton polyester blend. So in direction, we chose 4,000 milligrams of glycerol powder, so you can stay ice skates, super fast digesting carbs, right to the muscles to fuel this workout. But if you're not dieting,
I really like rice cakes.
Sour Patch Kids, slushies, any like fast acting sugar is gonna be your best friend. And then we have Allmax Carb Ion to have a carb powder during our workout.
Hello. Can I help you? Hey, little baby. What's my little kitty up to? Are you doing cat stuff? Hmm? What's going on? Hmm? Are you just doing a bunch of cat things? I have a cat. Cat.
So that we constantly have glycogen to absolutely obliterate these arms.
And unlike every other workout we normally do, we're gonna start with isolation and then go into compound. Because I find when I do compound movements for arms right off the rip, I focus way more on being explosive instead of actually contracting my arms. So let's pre-exhaust them first, then get into the compound so we don't have to go as heavy, and see how big we can get these arms on this arm day. It's gonna be really quick pace, no more than 30 to 45 seconds rest in between each exercise of everything. I don't count fucking sets, because if something feels really good, I'm gonna do a little bit more. And if something Another thing that's absolutely retarded is when I was powerlifting, I obviously...
Yeah, I can't remember the name of this gym. What is it? .613 lift, I think it is. In Ottawa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's at 613 lift. They have the red machines and shit there.
This is like if Jasmine were a police officer. She would be sitting in the car waiting for you to finish and then do just about nothing while you're being stabbed. Am I wrong?
Male cop almost dies because his worthless female partner is nowhere to be found, nor does she even react when he gets stabbed. Yeah, that sounds about right. Jeez. Dude.
You're gonna get tased, you hear me? You will get away! You will get shot. Okay. Put it down. Put it down.
He's lucky that guy is, 1, a fucking retard. 2, that his mom or whatever the hell that was intervened. Like, holy shit, that could have gone, like, bad. He had every opportunity to, like, slice this guy's throat open, and instead he was like a fucking moron and just stabbed him in his fucking vest.
You understand me?
Holy shit.
Okay. Did you let it go? Okay.
This is why women should not be in the force.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo, and thanks for the donation, 21st.
Knew this is how many reps I got last week, this is how many reps I need this week. When I'm bodybuilding, I have a rough idea in my head of how many reps I want, but every set is to failure. I'm not gonna do 8 reps. Shut the fuck up. Respectfully.
I really like fat grips. Fat grips are pretty based.
Now that's a fucking pump. I'm gonna go see if I can find a machine or a cable. We'll really get some isolation in here, and then we'll load up some weight.
21st, donate $2 for real though. If Jasmine were a police officer with you, she would just sit in the car and wait while she plays video games. She'd probably yell at you and blame you if you got stabbed. Would you agree? Yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation, dude.
If you're skinny fat bitch like me, about 21% body fat, would you say it's best to get down to around sub 15 before going on lifelong the swole quest?
Yeah. Yeah, I would recommend doing that. Thanks for the donation, Dr. Chubb.
Women should be in the force so more cops die.
Yeah, we need more female police officers so that drug dealers and criminals can do whatever they want, you know, like in the UK. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib.
Alright guys, this is my favorite isolation bicep. It's basically a bent over dumbbell, but with cables. That is way too fucking heavy. So you want to take a kind of a step so you can really stretch this bicep out. we're gonna fuck some shit up. But we're gonna fuck our biceps up. Like, biceps is the shit.
Yeah, I'd like to get a Smith machine. What are the cheapest Smith machines on Amazon going for? I don't know if it'd be more worth it to get a cheap-ass Smith machine or get one of those like rack attachments where you can turn, you know, the barbell and uprights you already have into a Smith. $239.
Enough with the deonization of the police.
I mean, they are cocksuckers, to be fair. Police are kind of dipshits. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, there's a $500 Smith machine functional trainer system for $500. It only supports up to 220 pounds, though. Jesus Christ. It's literally nothing. And then there's like a standalone Smith machine by the same company. Weight limit 264. Absolute garbage. They have a RitFit Smith machine for $1,300. I'm assuming that can actually handle weight. £500. Even that is not great. Yeah, it might just make more sense to buy one of those rack attachment things.
This is the end pump. I'm here by myself. Okay, that's pretty fucking tight. I don't know if you can
Yeah, Shan's bra's funny.
see that here. So 18 and a half for the right side. This is pretty tight. You can see it. It could be better than that, but 18 and 3/4. So about even for each side. That's what it is. So we're gonna do a quick, we're gonna hit some quick forearms, and then we got about 45 minutes of cardio still. So yeah, I'll film one set of forearms just to show you the little superset I do. Don't neglect your forearms, guys, because it really makes a difference. And really just get low and just go until you can't fucking move your arms anymore.
Hey, that's a neat little machine.
Oh man, after our
Russia is literally committing genocide in Ukraine and niggas is crying about fat cousins.
Well, what's funny is a lot of these pro-Palestine fucktards are actually sympathetic or outright support Russia, too. It's just retarded. It's beyond fucking stupid. So they're just fascists. Thanks for the donation, retard.
arms though. And guys, I just keep going back and forth. Or bed. I promise you guys, this may seem insane to you. Gives my body something to feed off of. This injection, guys, is L-carnitine injectable. This is completely legal in every state, every country, every place in the world. This is a regular supplement.
I would be a little cautious with L-carnitine injections. I've seen a few people get really bad infections from L-carnitine injections. I don't know. I don't know if it's particularly hard to keep L-carnitine injection sterile, because like it's fairly rare, assuming you're using safe injection practices, to get you know, an infection from just injecting gear. or peptides. Like, I know Boston Lloyd got an infection because he was reusing needles, like if you're doing something stupid like that. But I've seen a few people get infections from L-carnitine injections. I don't know if they need to be reconstituted or something, or if they're already in solution when you order them, and it just makes it way easier for bacteria to get in.
This is not steroids, and I'm going to be showing you how I inject it. Now, L-carnitine should be taken pre-workout, but for simplicity's sakes, I always do this injection before bed of the other stuff. You know what I'm talking about. And that is injecting your bicep. Now you might be like, oh, it's gonna be so lumpy. No, that is why I'm using a 1-inch needle and we are going all the way in, because what the purpose of this is that it builds up a little bit of scar tissue under the muscle so that when you flex, it gives it a little more of a peak, a little more of a pop, because the muscle sits on top of the scar.
That doesn't make any sense.
And to think these SJWS are the same people who claim they hate fascism so much, lol.
Well, they themselves are fascists, so they just don't like a certain brand of fascism. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, so this doesn't make a ton of sense. The needle goes in through the muscle, so anywhere where the needle, like, gets dragged through...
You ow 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 ow.
All right, well, thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation. And I injecting the bicep. I don't know. That sounds like it would be particularly prone to irritation.
Scar tissue. Now the 3 places that you can inject this, well technically 6.
Any of the blood work you get covered by Canada's healthcare insurance? Do you have to pay out of pocket? Is it done at a TRT clinic or do you make a doctor's appointment?
I don't have a membership to a TRT clinic. I get a doctor's appointment, and some of it isn't covered by OHIP because it's just not standard blood work. So some of it is covered, some of it isn't.
The whole world is doing it completely fucking wrong. Almost every single consult I get is someone who's using 2 injections a week. They're doing 100 milligrams.
Yes, you should inject test every day. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Is 1, 2, 3 on the inside and 1, 2, 3 on the outside. Today we're doing the middle inside and I'm gonna show you the full injection. Now this is a 23 gauge, 1-inch needle. You can use a 25, a 27. I just do 23 because it takes a lot less time. I lubricate the needle a little bit with some of the liquid so it goes in a...
That's not like a huge needle, but is L-carnitine oil-based? Like the injection? Let me look it up. I know the place that I get gear from, they do sell injectable L-carnitine. I can't see what the suspension is. Let me see. Injectable L-carnitine. It's sterile water. Yeah, okay, so it's suspended in sterile water. I don't know why you'd need such a thick needle if it's just if it's suspended in water. It'll go through easy just fine.
A little bit smoother. You do not want to flex. You don't want to do anything. Your arm just hands there. You find it and you want to angle it slightly inwards. So about here. And just pop it.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, so there's like nerves and shit that are like I think there's a lot more on your bicep. When he put the needle in, his bicep started twitching like crazy. I've gotten that in my shoulder sometimes. But this is so weird. What you can do to avoid that, like hitting a nerve and getting the spasm, is push the needle through very, very slowly. Because what'll happen is if you just jam it through, the needle's more likely to make contact with a nerve, and rather than pushing it out of the way, it'll go right through and then cause like the twitching and pain and stuff. If you do it really slowly, what ends up happening is these blood vessels or nerves or whatever, they'll kind of get pushed out of the way rather than actually like getting fucked up by the needle. But he kind of like just jabbed it in there like in a really weird way. I don't know why he's using such a thick ass needle. You can find like 27 gauge needles that are an inch long that are just gonna cause less irritation, be easier to inject, and it's a water-based like it is water. The L-carnitine is suspended in water, so you don't even have to worry about like pushing oil through a really thin needle.
Sometimes it'll twitch, that's fine. So all the way in. Slowly put the oil in.
Oh, that's weird. So he has one that's in an oil-based suspension. Okay. I usually see them in a water-based suspension.
Pop it out. And it rarely bleeds because you can always see the veins in your arms quite easy. That's it, guys. There's not much to it. It really helps the peak, but I wouldn't do any crazy big shots. Like I would not be doing 3 cc's into my bicep. When I'm on cycle, I inject every single day. And honestly, if you do massive cycles, which I don't recommend, but you can split this up into 2 injections a day and every other day hit your arms and they will grow even more. And then kind of massage it out like this. But guys, I did this for my bodybuilding.
Yeah, I wouldn't really recommend injecting anything into your bicep. It's probably going to cause a lot of irritation. Flangellus donated $2. Hey guy, just checking if you knew about this.
Ah. 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 Ah, the light. Ah. Ah, the light. Ah. 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 Oh, burn. Ah, the light.
Yes, I know about that one. Thanks for the donation, Flangellus.
Prep when I was doing provincials and nationals in junior, and arguably my arms might have been better then than now because I don't do this as frequently, but more than 80% of all the bodybuilders that I know are doing this hack to give themselves that little ½ inch, guys. It's not gonna be a crazy difference, but over time that scar tissue really builds up, and because it's under the muscle, it doesn't look like a synthol, like disgusting look. You're still vascular, you're still super muscular. That's just the reality of it. So that said, wrapping up this video here, I'm exposing all the industry secrets. So make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you guys.
I don't know about that.
They're saying
Oh.
All right, well, thank you for that, non-wib the slut. Appreciate the donation.
And we're back with another episode of Before You Buy. That show we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. As usual, it's me, Jake, and today we're just doing a quick look. We jumped into Gears, higher resolution, faster frame rates, more enhancements, and it's cross-platform. Like, I mean, it's a release of an already solid remaster, but I still think it holds up incredibly well. Overall grayer than your average game, but it doesn't have that exact quite look or feel as the original. Kind of think of like the change from Elder Scrolls Oblivion to the competitive matches. You can also do private matches with
saying that this is a super drug for almost every single thing that you could think of. Good morning, YouTube. Welcome back to another video. And over the last year, I have been trying the newest peptides that have hit the market. And today we are going to go over my starting 7 peptides, the dosage, the price, and if I feel it's worth it. So make sure you hit that. That said, let's break down these peptides. With 50 grams of oats, about 100 grams of blueberries, and some sugar-free syrup. Now, obviously, peptides are not FDA approved because Big Pharma needs their money. They need you hooked on all of these prescription medications that never heal you, that just make you that much better so that you keep buying the med. The same as the skincare industry is the problem and the solution. A lot of these soaps will make you break out, but also fix the breakout so they have a customer for life. So with that said, and before we get into the full breakdown of all these peptides, they are not FDA approved. Therefore, they are for research purposes only in Canada, and
You are 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 you ara 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 you ara.
All right, well, thank you for that. Non-wib is the N-word. I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation. Sam's top guy, Dick Burgess, donated $2.
If you ever catch the eye of a female cop, hope you wore your bulletproof vest. Hope you got your vest on, man. I'm praying for you, unironically, because that gun on her waist at some point is going to accidentally go off. She's going to draw it out thinking it's a taser. She's going to have her finger on the trigger before she's ready to fire.
The officer drew their handgun instead of their taser.
Something you did made her feel threatened. You're taller than her. She feels threatened for her life. The only recourse she has physically is to shoot you.
This was an accidental discharge.
I just hope that if you ever get pulled over by a woman, you're wearing a fucking bulletproof vest and a Kevlar helmet. I hope you're decked out like a PUBG character, because that's what you need to survive a female cop encounter.
He's not really wrong.
Anyway, here's my nice...
The amount of videos I've seen where women accidentally discharge a firearm in like the dumbest fucking ways, it's overly represented in negligent discharges.
Little morning breakfast surprise. This is what I awaken to. First sign something's up. Not quite on the kickstand. As you can see, the cover has been taken off and is on the ground, which is not usually where I leave it. And the handlebar is nice and scratching my truck. Now, the reason they didn't just take it straight back is because the steering head is locked. So some fucking crackhead idiot couldn't figure out geometry enough to properly steal this bike because they couldn't turn the head. So they got this far and said, fuck it. Here's how I usually park the bike. I'm gonna reenact it for you. Hey nigga, that's a nice bike. I'ma take that shit. Hey, why don't the head turn and shit? Hey, the thing in the way. I can't get out. Alright, look here, nigga. As soon as I figure out the icosahedron and shit, the hypotenuse, we gonna be stealing this bitch.
All right, thanks for the donation, Sam's top guy, Dick Burgess. Cam donated $2. Do you like cringy videos? Me neither, but I like when you react to them, lol. Yeah, somebody already linked me the stream. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And there is a lot of places in the world that they are fully illegal now. I am not a doctor. This is just my experience with the peptides. I live in Canada currently, and in Canada, it is completely legal to possess and take any anabolic steroid, peptide, SARM, or anything of that nature. So now that we kind of hit those disclaimers, eat this breakfast, I have a quick client call that I need to make, and then we're going to break down the first 2 peptides. Let's go. If you're doing good, I'll tell you, but if you're doing bad, I'm also going to tell you. So it's more or less just figuring out more what's realistic with the person's body that you're working with. All right, so we just finished up that client call. Guys, I love coaching, but I only take a max of 12 people, and I only have 8.
This.
Yo, what's up, FedEx?
You gotta turn off the Instagram in the background, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to connect to this for a while now. I finally figured it out.
How's it going, man?
It's going all right. I'm just looking for some looks maxing.
What's going on with the dating life, man?
So right now I'm not dating.
Why is that?
I'm not where I want to be financially.
Where are you financially?
I'm trying to become a content creator, and I'm interested in gaming.
At 35?
Yeah, I've been working most of my life.
Okay.
And I lost a job about 3 years ago. I went up to the hospital, and they involuntarily sent me to a mental hospital, and that's how I lost my job. I've been unemployed for 3 years now. They sent me there on the 1013.
They sent you there on the what?
1013.
What does that mean? So do you have mental problems?
I have to look back to my papers. They said I was schizophrenic, but
okay,
I don't really think so.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. So they put you in a mental hospital?
Yeah.
Okay, and you haven't been able to get a job. What? So
There's a big correlation between being dumb and being schizophrenic. People with schizophrenia tend to be really stupid, and they have a hard time figuring out basic things. So this guy mentioned that he couldn't figure out like how to use his computer and shit. He very likely is actually schizophrenic and stupid.
You haven't been able to get a job for 3 years?
Yeah.
Are you sure it's because of that? Because like what? Like I don't. Like how long were you in the mental hospital for?
About 2 weeks. I'm just trying to like figure out everything all at once.
Okay. What does that mean? Explain to me.
Like
So I can help you.
I know how you say don't just go on monk mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I put my needles in a sharp box and handed into the pharmacy.
I just wanted some advice.
So okay. So
Dad and like
Yeah, this guy is a retard. So he's mentally retarded and schizophrenic. Like, there's no advice you can give him other than just take your meds and do whatever the fuck, dumbasses do.
what to eat and get in better shape.
Right. So, but I gotta figure out all these intricacies of your situation. I need to know what's going on. So, it sounds like you have some mental issues.
Yeah.
But you say you were only in a mental hospital for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
When you got out, what was the situation? You can't ever get a job? What's going on?
I'm trying to get out of my mom's house right now. I was stuck in I was in a zone for a little while with this girl. I know that's probably what you're gonna say, like it's a big part of the situation. I was stuck in the zone.
Unnatural, 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 run, actual, 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 run, natural, run, actual, run, actual, run, natural, run, natural, run, actual, run, actual, run.
Thank you. Appreciate the donation, Alawali's brief erection.
Got out the zone, but we didn't have sex. We was doing things, but we wasn't having sex though. We were doing other things.
You were in a zone with a girl?
Yeah.
Like a friend zone?
Yeah.
For how
I
long?
got out of it though.
How long?
For a few years.
A few years?
Yeah.
So what were y'all doing? Kissing?
Could I say that on here? No, it was more than that.
Okay, so just everything but
we didn't
sex.
have sex. We was doing other things. So.
Okay. And what was she waiting for marriage or something?
No, you know how they say it's complicated.
Oh, okay. So she was just playing you. Okay, so you got out that zone by what? Leaving her?
No, what I mean by that is we started doing sexual things.
Oh, so you started having sex with her?
No, we never had sex, but we were doing other things.
Okay. So, but you're not with that girl currently?
No.
Okay. Aside from that, well, let's talk about the rest of your life. So you're living with your moms.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the situation with you getting a job? Can you get a job?
Ben Boy, donators, have you ever seen the movie 127 Hours with James Franco? It's a movie about a guy who goes exploring the canyons in Utah and then gets stuck inside of a mountain because a boulder falls on his arm. No, I have never heard of that one. Sounds like it is probably boring. Am I going insane? No. Okay, never mind. We're all good. Yeah, that sounds kind of like a boring movie. I've never even heard of that one. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy. Do know Palestine utterly donated $2. Palestine is the most well-documented genocide in history, yet the most denied. It's actually not. So this is what's going on, and you just say this.
Feels better on enclomiphene or HCG, it comes down to individual variability. It's an experiment you'd have to run on yourself.
That's great.
I could. Transportation is like a problem right now.
Okay, so this
And she told me I should try to get SSI because of the schizophrenia. So I'm supposed to be hearing something back.
I assume you would consider purchasing a little fishy from a pet store unethical because they are bred in farms, yeah. Assume I got a cute little clownfish from a shelter, which sounds retarded, but is there vegan fish food small fish like that could eat?
I have no idea if there's vegan fish food. No fucking clue. I don't know anything about fish. So you're gonna have to Google that, but I have no clue. So sorry, but yeah, I just don't know shit about fish food. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Olu 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 valley 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 olu ueli olu wally olu valley 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 olu.
All right, well, thank you for that, non-wib kissing Alwali. Appreciate the donation.
From that in November, but
Okay, it sounds like you got a lot going.
Dude, this guy is a fucking retard. Why is FedEx Fearless even talking to this guy? He's just fucking retarded.
On, bro. It sounds like you got some mental issues that you need some help with.
Yeah, he's a fucking retard. Who cares about the schizophrenia? He's just fucking retarded. You can tell him anything, and he'll just be like, I don't understand. Like, what's the point?
Hey mom, school sucks. I'm a try only fans and jiggle that pickle, 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 jiggle that.
All right, well, good luck with that. Thanks for the donation, Omar Bitch Tits.
Have you seen the most recent vegangains hate video where they show ancient clips out of context? How many times are they going to play that game?
Disclaimer. Yeah, we've already reacted to it. That guy is a two-faced lying fuckwit. So, he showed video clips of me that he knew were satirical. That were also old. Like, you can tell, that's like from 10 fucking years ago. He then fucking made up a bunch of stupid assumptions about my relationship, why I got a divorce, why I decided to go on steroids. He has no fucking clue. It's just, this guy's a dumb bitch fucking retard loser who's like, obviously vegangains hopped on steroids because of his breakup. Because he's a fucking loser. He's the kind of fucking dumb bitch loser who would feel insecure after a breakup, and he's the kind of fucking loser jackass who'd go on steroids for that reason. And then he projects his stupid dumb fucking insecurities onto me. I went on steroids because I've been thinking about it and researching it for a while now, and I came to the conclusion it's the best decision for, you know, my own personal interests. Nothing to do with any fucking breakup. And then he made up a bunch of ridiculous claims saying steroids will make you go crazy, which is just completely untrue. There's no evidence that steroids increase your risk of committing a crime or harming anybody else. Guess what? We have drugs like alcohol that most certainly do increase the risk of you committing a crime or harming someone else. So it's kind of funny how this guy went on this like stupid like fucking ramble about how dangerous steroids are for yourself and others because they make you roid rage. But we literally have drugs that are statistically proven to increase your risk of doing fucked up shit like drunk driving, getting into fights, abusing your fucking romantic partner or family members. But yeah, steroids are what you want to look out for and are dangerous. And again, this guy has been on steroids himself. I think he's still currently taking them. He's just on TRT. And he does a online coaching business where he tells people how to take steroids. So this guy is trying to create this narrative, oh, vegangains was already crazy. Now he's going to go even crazier once he takes steroids. He knows both of those claims are untrue, but if he believed in it, why is he instructing people how to take steroids? Why does he have an online coaching business where he's like, okay, take 300 milligrams of test, 100 milligrams Deca, add in some Anavar before your show? Why is he doing that if he believes steroids are going to make you go crazy and kill someone? Like, he's full of shit. By the way, this guy served in the military. He says he has PTSD. Oh my goodness. Colton has mental problems. Oh my God, how dangerous it would be for a fucking guy who's ex-military and has PTSD to take steroids. Did you kill anybody, Colton? Did you murder or have sex with any children because you took steroids? Like, the guy's a fucking cocksucker, and what annoys me most about that whole situation, there are like this endless list of dumb lying motherfuckers in his comment section making up bullshit about me, saying that I killed my cat because I put him on a vegan diet and he starved to death. That's not how my cat died. Cat died from an infection. Nothing to do with his diet. Colton hearted the comments. He literally upvoted the comments so that they would be go to the top of the page. So this guy is deliberately spreading malicious fucking lies about me like a fucking cunt. Didn't bother to reach out, ask about what happened. He's just upvoting and, signal boosting absolute malicious fucking lies that, by the way, could realistically make somebody actually lash out and want to, like, get revenge on me or something. Like animal abuse, child abuse, spousal abuse, like those are things that like are pretty serious fucking accusations. Like you wouldn't want to just say, oh, this person like killed their pet, like through some fucked up, some fucked up means. Oh, this person like beat up their own son or child. Oh, this person beat up their wife or girlfriend. Like that's not something you want to signal boost without knowing it's actually true. And this fucker just is like, I'm gonna heart the comment. Yeah, signal boost. Vegangains killed his cat. He's a fucking insane jackass. Like, fuck this guy. I just can't. That kind of just. He's pathetic. Just a pathetic fucking loser if he feels like he has to do this. And I've seen this guy, like, post about how, oh, I'm doing so well financially. I'm making all of these investments in real estate. My business is popping off with online coaching. Like, buddy, if you're making that much fucking money, then why are you so desperate to spread, like, stupid fucking horseshit online and do this, like, influencer garbage where you have to go out of your way to make up lies about me so that you get as many views on your video as possible? Like, clearly this guy is not doing as well financially as he wants to make it out to be, if he's so desperate for views that he has to do this. So he can go fuck himself. Gigliardo donated $2. Let me see. Sure, whatever you say. Make sure you don't get any deals on Amazon this Black Friday. If you do, you're racist. But thanks for the donation. I am woke. Appreciate it.
Shitting, pooping, 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 shitting. Pooping, shitting, pooping, shitting, pooping, shitting, pooping, shitting, pooping.
All right. Well, thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
Why do so many men feel so insecure after a breakup?
Well, they have not learned self-love. That's really the only reason. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You need to figure that out. What is SSI? Social Security something?
Yeah.
Okay. So listen, you gotta figure that out first before you can be like, you can do shit. Like, I don't know what's going on with that, but it seems like that's something that you need to take care of first. Like, see where you can go from where you are.
Yeah.
All right. In terms of the gym and stuff like that, like, we got to figure out the mental stuff out first, bro. Like, let's see if you, like, I don't really know what's going on. I can't really give an accurate assessment with details that I like hidden. I don't know.
I just know I need to get in better shape. I weighed myself the other day. And,
Okay.
First, it said I was 220.2, and then it said 219.
Okay, so how tall are you?
I think I'm like
Baby with no arms, no legs. Thalidomide baby. Put him on a swing and take steroids when you push. Swoosh splat 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 s.
All right. Well, thanks for the donation. Where's the corn daddy?
5'11", maybe 6 feet.
Okay, so you can get in better shape, but you got to be able to afford to go to the gym.
Right.
What city do you live in?
Atlanta.
Okay, you got to be able to afford. You got to be able to afford to go to a gym, right? And you need money for that.
Right. Did you want to see the physique?
Sure. Let's see that. You got some pants on?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
You say you're not really.
Buy a red wig or something and do a response vid as Colton. He is a goofball. This $2 is for the new wig fund N-word. You aren't allowed to spend this goddamn $2 on anything else. I'm serious. Wib showed me her sock collection. All crispy.
I don't know if I'd bother doing a skit where I pretend to be that fucking douchebag. But yeah, the guy's just he's just an outright liar. It's just the influencer crap. Who cares about the truth? Who cares about honesty? Just make the most sensationalized story possible to get views. And again, this is coming from the guy, oh, my businesses are taking off. I'm making so much money. Right, sure. That's why you got to do that.
Agreed. VG self-love is very important to your self-esteem, especially when you realize that you don't need a girlfriend or especially not a wife to be happy.
Yes, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo, and thanks for the donation, Alu.
Really a big fan of locks too.
Yeah.
I've been growing them for about 5 years now.
Pretty fat.
Oh my God, the body looks crazy.
My hair was starting to shred.
Okay.
Starting to shed. And
But listen,
when I started growing my locks, it started to grow.
Yeah, he has pretty big boobs.
Okay.
Because I was bald and
But the body looks crazy. You literally have, man, you look like you look like Whoopi Goldberg. What in the world is,
man,
bro? You got man boobs. You got man boobs and you got a gut that's hanging that bad. Like, okay, the gym is a serious priority. So what I need you to do, bro, is you need to figure out this mental stuff, right? So you can see what you can do in terms of finances. So you can start going to the gym. Like,
doctors are probably going to put him on antipsychotics that are going to make him, in all likelihood, more prone to weight gain. That might actually be why he's gotten so fat. He might already be on antipsychotics. Most people gain weight on antipsychotics. I was lucky when I went on antipsychotics. They actually reduced my appetite. And that effect seems to be permanent, where even when I've been off them for over a year now, and I still have a reduced appetite from being on them.
You don't have it, like, you got to get in the gym like today.
Well,
all right, this looks pretty bad.
what do you think I should? What's something good to eat?
It's not so much eating, it's everything. Like, you got to do a lot of stuff.
Dude, when I hear questions like that from people who are like really overweight, like, I want to get in shape and lose weight, like, what's good to eat? Like, there's no helping them. Like, buddy, you're just fucking stupid. If you're an adult and you just do not understand how weight loss works, like, you're fucked. Stop wasting my time. Just be a fatty. I don't care. If you're that stupid, where, like, at the age of 30 or older, you have to ask a question like that, like, you don't care.
You got to stop eating nonsense, stop eating bullshit, but you got to start going to the gym. Like, you need to start exercising and doing cardio, or you won't be able to you won't be recognizable soon.
Like walking, going to the track, because I go to the track.
I don't think that's enough. You got to go to an actual gym, lift some weights, do some, like, walking is good, but you need to do something a little bit more higher intensity.
Right.
All right, bro. I gotta go.
All right.
I choose Ollie. Not to be confused with Ollie Wally. But he cool too.
Ollie's favorite human is his daddy.
It was just a hot day.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, good boy.
It's your
Ollie was
moo
just
cow.
standing in the water.
You gonna swim?
All of a sudden, Ollie took a leap
Wow.
and started swimming right out to me.
Oh, that's your moo
He
cow.
swam around the dogs a couple times doing circles.
Oh.
As soon as I had hands on him, he stopped swimming. He just laid his head over my shoulder and allowed me to hold him. It was really neat.
That's your
Ollie
moo
just loves being in the
cow.
water, cooling off on those hot.
Ollie,
Oh,
good
that's a
swimmer.
nice
Check
cow.
out. Ollie spent a lot of time just walking around the boat. He looked
Oh,
over the
that's a little moo cow.
If I have to choose between 1.6 billion Muslims and a cow, I will choose the cow.
Yeah, I would too. Why the fuck would you ever not choose the cow? Yeah, absolutely. Let me see.
Now, there come the Palestinians, the most pathetic people on planet Earth.
This guy is so based. I fucking love him, dude. Thanks for the donation, Pen, the Nix user.
Over the course of the last
Oh, that's
month,
so good.
I've constantly been hearing the same word thrown around the fitness industry: retatrutide.
Retatrutide, my goodness.
Retatrutide, looking at retatrutide. Then let me introduce you to retatrutide.
Retatrutide? It's a next generation.
Trutide. Over the course of this video, we're going to be documenting two different metrics: one, hunger level, and two, craving.
24 hours on retatrutide, my experience. It doesn't, like, actually fully kick in until about a week or two. You can't just inject it and then immediately get the full benefit. So it takes about a week or two. for you to feel it. So I don't know if this dummy is just taking it like for one day and then saying, I don't know if I feel anything. And everyone needs a different dose. So, one person might need 2 milligrams per week to get an effective dose for weight loss. Another person might need 4, or another person might need 8. And in the research, they escalate doses as high as 12 milligrams. The problem, though, is retatrutide raises your resting heart rate. So if you immediately start taking like 8 milligrams, which is a relatively like a higher dose, you might end up getting severe discomfort and like your heart feels like it's fluttering and you're going to want to stop taking it. So you need to start at the lower dose and then slowly escalate up to get your body used to it so you don't have that like really crazy sudden heart rate increase.
You know what, I would chose the cow over any of these pro-plastine woman the same way most woman would chose the bear over a man.
Yeah, same. I would say that's base, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Craving level. I'm a 4 hungry and a 3.1 craving. If you're really hungry, surely you should be really craving. And if you're not hungry at all, why would you crave? Before conducting this experimentation on myself, I needed my coach's permission. And after a brief conversation asking if he had clients that were also taking Retta, he gave me the green light and said it was okay to go ahead and order some. After doing some comprehensive research, filling my brain with as much as I could possibly learn about this new miracle peptide, I finally decided to pull the trigger and give it a go. Tonight is the night that we begin an experiment. One I've been wanting to do for the last few weeks. I've just been waiting for the right moment. This experiment is going to be with the peptide retatrutide. You may have seen it on social media, people talking about it, coaches talking about it like it's the miracle peptide for all things bodybuilding, for the purpose of the fact that it suppresses your appetite and the need to cheat or
It's a triple agonist. It doesn't just suppress your appetite. It also does things that help control blood sugar and actually burn fat. So it changes the way you metabolize fat in your body. It helps to maintain blood sugar levels where it won't go too low or too high. And it helps to reduce hunger. So it's a triple agonist. So it does a lot of things. For me personally, the benefit, like the biggest benefit I get from Retta is preventing hypoglycemia. Because when I'm dieting with really low calories, I have a tendency to go hypoglycemic really easily. And like, even if I feel like I have energy, like once you go hypo, you just feel fucked and you can't move. So Retta just lets me have like blood glucose levels that are like stable and normal, even when I'm not eating, and I can just go about my day, train without any issues. Is doing incline bench less useful to some people than others? I never do incline, only flat, but my upper chest is not underdeveloped. Yeah, like, I mean, like, everyone's shaped differently, and the way people do exercises is different too. So there's going to be inter-individual differences with just your body shape and the way you do a particular exercise where you may not need as much incline work as somebody else. I think in general, incline work is a little overhyped, where, you know, people are talking about how you should only ever do incline pressing. I think it's massively overhyped. Most people really don't need to do that much incline work.
cravings you might experience on a bodybuilding prep. Pause the video there. Isn't this cheating? You could be educational to anyone that's been considering the. This is the weirdest feeling in the world. Walking around the like Sainsbury's, seeing all the food, seeing all the smells and all these like cakes and stuff. Like we literally walked down the cookie aisle. I swear they were freshly baked and I could smell that. For the life of me, like I didn't want it. Being in the position of prep we're in right now, usually I'd be like, man, I could just really imagine eating that. But for some reason, there was no desire at all. Have we found the forever
So is he doing classic?
Do you think you'll ever find love? Or will you just be miserable for the rest of your life and hate women? Serious question.
I'm not miserable, and I couldn't care fucking less if I'm alone or not. Thanks for the donation, dude. Did he get his pro card? Yeah, IFBB Pro. So he got his pro card. I think he competes in Classic. Yeah, I mean, like, I can definitely get to that size. I might as well compete in Classic. Give it a go. Like, I think I'm already pretty fucking damn close, dude. Like, pretty damn close. I'm at 205 pounds body weight.
From the workout. And I drank quite a lot of water today as well. Generally, post-workout, I'm pretty happy.
It showed his abs and cardio.
Well, you're going to be with me all night. This really isn't that much, and someone actually commented on it because I read all your guys' comments and I really appreciate the love. Regardless of the fact, I'm doing everything I can do to get in condition to...
Wonder if he talks about his steroid stack at all. Dating, having kids, mental health, money. Yeah, nobody cares. 4 weeks out, 7 weeks out. Anabolic cycle to get shredded my full stack. Alright.
Alright then, episode 5 of Hard Body Shredding. What is my current anabolic stack? That's what I'm going to be talking about in today's video, but first, we're going to be going to the gym.
Yes, CDG, I know I need to train my legs more. I know.
What's going on, guys? Brandon Hudden here. Hope you're having a great day.
Maybe I should hire you as my bodybuilding coach. Can you just make sure you tell me that every fucking day?
I literally just finished my dishes, had breakfast, cardio has been ticked off. We did some abs this morning as well. We're literally about to leave for the gym in 2 seconds to go and hit a shoulder day. We're driving to Elite Fitness and the weather started to be great, but then it started to rain, so now it's gone grey and dull again. Tomorrow is check-in day, it's Sunday, and I'm anticipating a weight drop or something because I haven't received any changes to the plan as of right now. This will be because my coach is happy with the changes in my physique that we're having incrementally twice a week because I check in on a Wednesday and a Sunday. Kind of nervous about seeing the scale because I'm starting to like...
I expected that answer. To each his own. Every guy I've known, shortly after a breakup or a divorce, they say they're fine. Some guys go on steroids after a breakup, that's not a coincidence. But whatever floats your boat and makes you happy.
You don't know anything about me, you don't know anything about my relationship, so assume whatever the fuck you want. It's not like you matter to me, so go fucking kill yourself for all I care.
Wonder why it's not moving, but there's a reason for that. And to be honest, I shouldn't even...
Dude, you're a fucking loser. I don't know why the fuck you care about, like, we broke up in November, she moved out January, it's fucking almost September now, like... If I can get over it, why can't you? It's because you're a fucking loser who has no life, so you have to obsess over me. Shut the fuck up. Why did I even let your fucking comment read out? I forgot. I literally forgot to skip your stupid dumb fuck comment.
Even really be looking at that because when I wake up in the morning, every single day, today especially, I can see more abs, I can see more leg lines going higher at my quads, so I should be overjoyed with what's happening. Prep is all about progress. We need for shoulders. I potentially don't have elbow sleeves, but hopefully in the car. Kinda like manga. This just came out, it's volume 12 of Solo Leveling. You might be interested. But that regardless, maybe prep's just going well, and I just wake up pumped, and I'm feeling confident.
Why do they have to add this just garbage dog shit fucking music? Like, listen to this. Oh, the video is so much more enjoyable and watchable now that my ears are getting fucking raped and I'm hearing some dumb, annoying fucking bitch screech with some gay fucking music. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, fucking idiot. Everyone adds in this, like, stupid dog shit TikTok fucking scumbag trash fucking music to their videos.
Is this girl on hormones or is she natty? Her legs are jacked and she's lean AF.
She looks like she has a borderline eating disorder, but nice camel toe. I have no idea. Yeah, she might be on something. Does she compete in bikini or some stupid shit? If she's like bikini competitor, then I'd say pretty much guaranteed she's on something, but yeah, she competes in bikini. Yeah, she's been on stuff. So she might have tried Anavar before, or like takes it occasionally. I can guarantee you all of these bikini girls do like different peptides, including GLP-1 drugs. I don't know what people think about GLP-1 agonists in terms of natty or not, but every single physique competitor is taking GLP-1 agonists now. So, yeah, pretty much guaranteed she's been on something. Thanks for the donation, though, Gaylord Fokker.
DICA Down syndrome Chinese man, 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 Down syndrome.
All right, well, that's great. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Can't live for shit. Oh yeah, I forgot the music. I've never liked machines like this. They always feel really awkward. Yeah, this machine I've used before, and I didn't mind it. Sometimes I get clicking in my shoulders when I use this, though. So you know, dumbbells do the job. Oh my god, he still has the shit music on.
Here, and now the sun is blazing again. The shutter doors are open, so it's just shining in, but it's just cooking me. I'm gonna lock into the workout now. I got 2 more exercises left. Stu just left because of the hurling match on, and he wanted to watch the hurling. Mad respect for the game, because it takes a lot of skill to be able to like do hurling. Not in a million years could I ever imagine doing something like that. To be honest, I'd tear my shoulder right away. I'm watching some of the footage back and I'm just seeing like little details start to shine through, which is really, really motivating and really, really nice. I'm gonna do these 2, do some steps on the treadmill to get like a head start on like finishing today's steps, and then yeah, go back and make a post-workout meal. I desperately need a shower, like really badly, but just gonna get in the car and drive back. But while it's fresh in my head, I just had a conversation with a guy in the gym, and this is someone that I've been speaking to on and off now for probably the past like 3, maybe 4 years, maybe longer.
Yeah, the Seaspiracy thing is really old news, dude. And I don't think it was the director. Wasn't it just the dude who filmed it or something?
And sometimes, you know those conversations that you have and they just like open your mind a little bit, because it's all about how you...
Dodo Donatiller, speaking of that, are you upset that summer's coming to an end, seeing how it's almost autumn, you hate cold weather? It's not that big of a deal, you know. I got the home gym, so I don't have to leave the house and deal with getting dressed and going to the gym, you know, and driving in the winter and then being sweaty and then coming back home sweaty in the cold and all that shit. I've got a cardio machine too. It's not as enjoyable as just riding a bike or rollerblading outside, but I'm holding off on watching some like anime series like Dandadan because once it gets cold, I want some shit to watch for when I do cardio. And I've got the racing sim rig, so, you know, I'll be able to keep myself occupied in the winter. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
You think, your mindset, how you prioritize, spending your time doing like positive things, like saying good things to yourself, like within, to lift yourself up rather than saying negative things like, I'm never going to be this, I'm never going to have that, regardless of that, because all that negative talk, it's just an absolute waste of time, because if you're literally saying it's never going to happen, there's a good chance there's more.
You can cycle in the snow, it's just that why the fuck would you bother doing that when you can just do cardio indoors and not like freeze and suffer? I also wouldn't want to ride my mountain bike in the winter here because they salt the roads. So why would I take like a really expensive e-mountain bike in salt weather and get it like rusty and fucked up? And also, like, again, I'm doing it for cardio, so like it's just stupid.
Of a chance that it's never going to happen because you're never going to believe that you can truly do it, and for you to achieve something, you are the only person that has to actually believe. You don't need to.
No, I don't miss commercial gym workouts. I hate commercial gyms.
Spend time convincing anyone else that you're going to do something, that you're going to achieve something, almost like trying to boast about something you don't yet have, talking to other people about all the things that you're going to achieve to try and convince yourself that you're worthy of achieving it. Do you know what I mean? I in that conversation.
Can you shut the fuck up and just tell us what drugs you're on?
With people that I've been friends with for so
Nobody
many years.
fucking cares, dude. Holy shit.
I feel like I need to just buy paper bowls and paper plates.
Oh my god, that's disgusting. That is just gross.
Alright, so let's unbox this package because there's two of them right here. I'm gonna go through this pretty 3 liters a day right now, so these are great. I think will save you 20%. Have the peptide pill instead.
Oh my god, this is what the video is about? His stupid supplement fucking bullcrap? His supplement sponsor? That's what he meant by anabolic cycle?
Ultra pure creatine, solid joint, never goes. My I appreciate you because things like this, toe protein, that's cheating. Designer bar in golden caramel. Bars to be honest, and then my favorites I'll be saving for now. We're gonna start seeing some changes, which I'm really excited about because obviously I can predict at this point because I've competed in 10 different shows and I've prepped like 5, maybe 6 times. I can predict what my body's gonna do now on certain calories, certain amounts of cardio, certain amount of steps, all that sort of stuff. It's like clockwork. We're going to read through the current stack bit by bit and go through compounds, what they are, all that sort of stuff. So, PEDs/injectables. We are at 500 milligrams of test propionate, 500 milligrams of mastrom propionate.
Why? I have no idea why I'd be on propionate.
And 500 milligrams of primo propionate.
Let me go back again.
500 milligrams of mastrom propionate and 500 milligrams of primo propionate.
Okay. Chances are he's using primo as an AI. And the Masteron, you know, it may just be for cosmetic reasons or something, or just to not overdo the primo. He just needs more anabolic load. And if he takes more primo, he gets too much of an AI effect.
Now, this is interesting because before, in my entire life, I've only ever used enanthate, slow esters. I've never used propionate. So this is pretty interesting because it's made my body like super responsive to something completely different. I can feel the difference when I do a jab within that same day or next day. It's almost like I can feel it doing something. It's very hard to identify what.
I get that feeling with Cypionate. Literally after I inject, within about 30 minutes, I can actually feel something like happening.
This is her before. She was nice and thick. I think she looked better before.
Numero, you know, me and Drizzy, this shit like.
Yeah, she definitely looked better before. So I'm assuming she was doing some stupid bikini competitions. But yeah, she looked better before. She looks like borderline Edie now, with the dumb bikini crap. Yeah, way better before. That's a really weird fetish thing. Thanks for the donation, Gaylord Fokker. Are your cousins vegan? No.
What that something is, but the effects that I was seeing within my body were very instant, which is really nice. That means that injectables are 1,500 milligrams a week, which is higher than I've started prep before. Now, considering the fact
I'm on 210 milligrams. And I don't know how big he is exactly. Like, he's a big dude and he looks great, but I'm not far off. I'm really not far off from this guy. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever gonna have to take doses that high to get to his size, but kind of surprised. It's at 1.5 grams. It's pretty high.
that it is propionate, we have to split up injections a little bit differently. Instead of doing them on a Monday and a Wednesday and a Friday, which I've always done, on the off season I'll do Monday, Thursday in terms of injectable timeframes. Now we are doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So basically daily at the current dose. When the doses increase, which they inevitably will, we'll obviously just like throw in a Saturday and then throw in a Sunday. And what that means is blood, toxicity, consistency, no random spikes in hormonal balances and just like temperament or my mood. And
you're going to get bigger spikes and dips with test propionate, even if you're injecting every day versus taking an enthate or cypionate every day. So it's kind of weird. I don't know. I don't know what the point of something like propionate would be. It makes sense if you're trying to pass a drug test. So if you're like an MMA fighter or something and you need like your LH and FSH to kind of bounce back quicker, like doing shorter acting esters like that kind of makes sense, but I don't know why you'd be on prop.
Using your powers of reasoning, introduction, do you think that this 18-year-old teenager is natural? He says that he is. That's also the assumption among most people. Well, some people.
Maybe, like, the sky is standing under the most extreme, harsh downlighting imaginable. Kind of looks like a fucking retarded douchebag. But, yeah, he might be, you know, whatever. I don't really care, but maybe. Thanks for the donation, even now.
Maple syrup, salty bike, 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 maple less.
All right. Well, thanks for the donation, Richard's Hourly Canoodles. Appreciate it.
to be honest, I've never been so happy on a prep. I've never been so content. This is a really strange feeling because as soon as I switched to propionate, my mood became super balanced and it became super like, no, I've always been like pretty chill anyway, but extra chill, like super nonchalant, not really, it's actually like negative thoughts. Like you have to fight to stay alive. You have to do you. That is a win in my eyes. That's my goal for any show that I do this year. Obviously, if you have the best physique, you're going to win. There's no point in getting too emotional about it. I've got a different mindset this prep is what I'm trying to say. Orals, we're on 25 milligrams of Proviron. That's with my first meal. That's pretty basic. Moving on to Clem, 40 micrograms fasted pre-cardio and 5 IU of GH daily. So 2 IU in 2.5 in the morning, 2.5 at night. Typically, sometimes I'll actually do the GH before training, and I'm also running BPC 157 alongside everything due to the fact that last prep, I gave blood, sweat and tears to that prep. I couldn't compete, and it's because I tore my shoulder 13 days out. I don't want that to happen again. I know that through...
Hey guy, I feel like you could use a few seconds of relaxation. You have to deal with a lot of idiots like me on your stream, and my guy needs a breather, am I right guy? Love you my guy, hugs and kisses.
Wow. That cat has really nice toe beans. Well, thanks for the donation, Flangulus. Appreciate it.
You know, doing cardio and increased output, my cardiovascular system is becoming more efficient. Through taking anabolics, my muscles are becoming stronger, more refined, more powerful. Organ health is hopefully in a good place. I'm really on it when it comes to health stack stuff, but obviously the counterbalance for that is the fact that I'm not natural, so it's kind of like a double-edged sword. What is in the mix, other than GH, to make my ligaments strong? What if I've got a pending injury and then I pose again and it rips it off? Because I don't know if it was like clear when it happened, like it was a kind of like strange how it happened. No one has ever done this before, and that's why it kind of seems a bit obscure. There was people saying that like I faked the injury. I saw it on social media, got some messages like, oh bro, you were just too scared to compete. That's why I dieted for 18 weeks, because I didn't want to do it. Some people need to look in the mirror and take a good...
What injury did he
And
get?
then I pose again and it rips it off, because the counterbalance for that is the vascular system is becoming more efficient. Through taking...
There's a breed of frights called Titicaca.
The loose, baggy skin of the Titicaca water frog increases its surface area, allowing it to extract more oxygen from the water. This giant 1.5 foot long frog never leaves the water and never breathes the air. It gets all the oxygen it needs entirely through its skin. If oxygen levels drop, the frog performs push-ups. This increases water flow over its thin, baggy skin and boosts the amount of oxygen it absorbs. It's the perfect collection of adaptations for an aquatic life at high altitude.
That's weird. Thanks for the donation, Titicaca.
Anabolics. My muscles are becoming stronger, more 5'7", alongside everything due to the fact that last prep, I gave blood, sweat and tears to that prep. I couldn't compete, and it's because I tore my shoulder 13 days out. I don't want that to happen, because just because you would do something doesn't mean it's what someone else did. And I'm literally posting pictures of my arm purple. But anyway, obviously, I wasn't taking anything on prior preps to make my ligaments strong, to make sure I'm recovering in every sense of the word. So obviously, BPC 157, if I needed something stronger, if I actually felt any discomfort in my body, I'd throw in some TB as well. But as of right now, we're freaking fantastic. And I'm starting to feel a little bit invincible, because the BPC is doing its thing. And I basically mix that with the GH before bed and in the morning. And that is my full anabolic stack to start prep at this current point.
So how much GH is he on?
The big surprise was switching from enanthate to propionate. Very content with this. And with that being said, guys, that is it. You can go back and watch the previous 4 episodes if you have missed them. Obviously, we try to be a decade of hard body strength output. My cardiovascular system is becoming my first meal. That's pretty basic. Moving on to Clen, 40 micrograms fasted. Orals, we're on 25 milligrams. You're going to win. There's no point in my pro debut. That's it. I'm going to beat everyone if my physique looks. You have to fight to stay alive. You have to do this before there was a bit more of an aggressiveness, like me against the view, they're live. I'm going to beat everyone if my debut. That is a win. There's no point in getting Proviron. That's with my first meal. Mindset this prep is what I'm trying to say. Orals, we're on 25 milligrams of Proviron. That's with my first meal. That's pretty basic. Moving on to Clen, 40 micrograms fasted pre-cardio and 5 IU of GH daily. So 2 IU in 2.5 in the morning, 2.5 at night. Typically sometimes
It's a bit of a strange dosing for growth hormone. Typically, you just take 4 IUs before bed, and if you take anything more than that, you space it out during the day. I honestly don't... I don't even know if it's worth bothering to do that until you're taking like over 8 IUs. I've seen like so many anecdotes of people taking like 18 IUs before bed, they blow up. There's like this theory that if you take it throughout the day, it's going to be more anabolic. I literally can't tell you. It doesn't seem to make a difference. But it's sort of weird to take 2.5 IUs in the morning and then 2.5 at night. Usually you'd take at least 4 IUs before bed. I'm taking 5 IUs before bed, so I'm on the same dose of growth hormone he's on.
First clip go to 0.34 seconds. Second clip is of a girl that surpasses all women in the world. So fine I just creamed myself.
Today he with
That is some good cake. Their butts
great
are
form,
pretty
if I might say
fantastic.
so.
That's a really gross looking chick. Yeah, like no body and not pretty. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Sometimes I'll actually do the GH before training, and I'm also running BPC 157 alongside everything due to the fact that last prep I get
Hobo and his hobo mates vaping in a lift. Then you get infected with hobo fungus in your lungs. Bad times ahead for non-hobos.
All right, well, thanks for the warning. I appreciate that. And, thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Today's Tuesday, right? Tuesday. It's the 26th. Weird. Okay. Huh.
get blood, sweat, and tears. And man, this has hit me like a train. Well, I am flat right now, and very, very cool to witness this. Usually I take check-in pictures out. Change that I want to sort of like document for my own accord. Then it was 16 out to 80, so I'm taking 80 micrograms of Clen every day. Mastron was increased ever so slightly. Anavar has been in for 4 days.
You know, I wonder if he does anything to protect his hair. It seems like some people just don't need to do fucking jack shit for hair protection. I don't know if he's on like minoxidil or something, like topical minoxidil.
Days now, so pumps in the gym are getting a little bit more interesting onwards, because I mean, what else are we gonna do? living in squalor. But there is another thing that has been keeping me pretty busy that I've been working on also over the last week as well, which I'll show you a little. Creativity with an escape. Cut off tank. It says unleash pro coach.
He literally is copying an intellectual property.
Right there. On the front, we've got pro coach.
Like, you know, it is what it is. That doesn't seem perfectly legal. That's clearly Guts from Berserk.
The cut off tank. It says unleash pro coach right there. On the front, we've got pro coach and hard body. We've got the same thing. A lot of problems.
Does he mention that's Berserk?
At home, drawing and creativity was an escape for me very early on in life. Now I can use that tool to make some cool stuff. Starting off, we've got the cut off tank. It says unleash in his face. I'm going to hang it on the chandelier so I can show you properly, but look at the beauty. At the bottom, love these hoodies. The front, green color, and then the black, which basically has pro coach going down the side. Yesterday's clothes, and then we're smelling makeshift.
You know what? I went to the I went to get groceries today, and I went to the pharmacy to see if I could buy some, like the pharmacy at the grocery store, to see if they sold any needles. Since I was there anyway, and there was a pharmacy there, and I asked for needles. And the guy asked his assistant to go look and see what they had in stock. And then he was like, you on testosterone? And I'm like, hell yeah. And he said, and then he was like, yeah, I figured you look really jacked. I was like, yes, goddamn right.
So just pulled up at the gym and it looks...
It's kind of funny because he probably figured I was on it for a long time too. I've only been on it for like 3 weeks.
Pretty busy today, which is never a bad thing. As long as there's a treadmill available, then we're all set. Oh, and just like that, a really good day. I've got the food I need, got my cardio done. It's been actually ages. I got back, got my final meals in, and just honestly just relaxed. It's been a day. It's been a good day. It gets difficult.
All right. Day in life, 8% body fat, 4 weeks out. Who fucking cares? I don't think there's anything particularly interesting about that one.
2 minutes left in total.
So he's basically on 1.5 grams of injectable steroids plus 25 grams of Proviron per day. So what? That's an extra like 180 milligrams per week, and then 5 IU's growth. I could probably, I feel like I could probably get a pro card with less steroids than that. So I'm feeling good about this. I think it's definitely worth pursuing IFBB Pro Card and Classic Physique.
Right now, I get so many emails and so many calls every week, but I will not take you on. Our values don't align, and I don't like you as a person. Obviously, I'm a professional gambler at heart. I do not need the money from online coaching. That is like my lowest paying income source. Action compound. Main benefit is tissue heal. At least the last 4 years, because bam, I've made videos on them before. From that video to today,
TB500's legit. I've used it. Definitely works.
Nothing has changed. The benefits of these peptides with 0 side effects is unmatched in the peptide world for injury recovery. Now, BPC 157, aka
most people would consider TB500 to be natural. I know TB500's banned by like WADA and the Olympics, but BPC 157 isn't. So it's like, it's pretty arbitrary. But yeah, generally speaking, peptides, like aside from something like growth hormone, are kind of considered natty.
the body protection compound. Main benefit is tissue healing, gut health, anti-inflammatory properties, and nerve healing. You guys know that I was dealing with these herniated discs for so long.
On my way to a private clinic.
Why did he do that with the audio?
To get an MRI done to see basically the extent of damage that I did to my back doing a triple backflip. The way that I landed on that triple backflip really pushed that out of place to the point that I could not walk.
It wasn't until I started mega dosing BPC 157 250 micrograms 3 times a day. My herniated discs finally just deflamed and let off that sciatic nerve so I could live my life again. Not to mention overall digestive and gut health. This is an absolute game changer. Half-life for BPC is very quick. I recommend taking this 1 to 3 times a day depending on your injury. If you're just kind of doing it for maintenance and gut health, 250 micrograms once a day is all you need. But if you have a torn muscle, herniated discs, any type of serious injury, 1 to 3 times a day, 250 micrograms, you will not regret it. Now TB500, slightly longer half-life, so I only do 500 micrograms every other day of this. TB500, it doesn't matter where you inject, it will help your entire body. Every other day, I do just mix it in with the BPC and just do it wherever I do the BPC. The best for cellular repair, tendon and ligament strength. So if you are a power lifter, this is going to save your tendons like crazy. Muscular repair, and this even has heart and blood pressure. There has been a lot of studies done on people that have bad hearts, not pumping correctly. They take TB500, they get an EKG again, and their heart health has improved substantially. Taking TB500 and BPC together is like getting in on sunlight before sunlight was even fucking invented. You don't understand. Each of those peptides are gonna range you about $55 to about $75 each. The price on peptides does fluctuate quite a bit depending on the brand, depending if it is third-party tested. But since they are 10 milligram vials, if especially you are just doing maintenance, these peptides are lasting you almost an entire month. So that is really just $120 a month to have your body working in the most healthy and optimal state that it could possibly. This industrial popcorn machine that I just bought that's not here yet, the 80-inch TV is going where this super small TV was because we just
Industrial popcorn machine?
HKU, the copper. Second peptide, GHKU, the copper peptide. This is a 10 milliliter vial and it's 20 milligrams.
Doesn't he mean GHKCU?
Tips on getting bench higher once you're advanced. I can bench 315 and I wanna get to 405. Can you help? I've been stuck for a while. How do you do it? And I don't wanna get ultra fat either. Is that necessary? Thanks, Dick.
So you're gonna have to build a lot more muscle. I know as of late, this has been kind of a controversial topic, whether or not bulking is useful. I think what happens is some people are able to drive their IGF-1 high enough when they're bulking where they can induce hyperplasia. So there may be a benefit to bulking, at least in some individuals. If you don't want to get fat, then like don't get fat. You know, it is what it is. But you're going to have to build a lot more muscle. The amount of muscle mass you need to bench 405 versus 315 is just pretty substantial. So you're probably going to have to commit to doing, you know, a pretty prolonged hypertrophy phase. Try to grow as much muscle as you can. You're probably going to have to do that for like a year. And while you're doing that, I would still practice like some heavy lifts occasionally. So like sets of 3 or like maybe singles at 90 to 95%. But you're just going to have to build a lot more muscle mass. And then, beyond that, once you get into a strength phase, you're probably going to want to have, you're going to want to do a specialization phase. So bring your other, volume to maintenance. So just do like maintenance volume for back, maintenance volume for legs, and then just specialize on, you know, bringing up your bench and making your shoulders stronger. So like chest, shoulders, triceps, those are the real working muscles for the bench. And you want to make sure that when you're on a strength phase that you maintain bar velocity. The big mistake that a lot of people make is they don't factor in the importance of bar velocity, and they'll just try to add weight as quickly as they can. And then they end up doing like set after set of real slow grinders, and then their progress stalls. And it's because they're not really training the adaptation they need to be training. So you want to stick with a like 3 reps in reserve sort of thing for each of your sets. You want to make sure the bar is moving as quickly as possible. And that helps to develop more strength and power than these like really slow grinders. So you may not be able to add like 5 pounds per week onto your bench like you might want, but you have to maintain that bar velocity, because if it starts slowing down and you have these really slow grinders, you're just going to stagnate. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Hope that helps. What's your best squat so far? Not really much. I think it was 365.
Per milliliter of GHKU. Some have 5, some have 10, some have 20. I've even seen it go as high as 50. This specific one is about 65 USD or about 75 Canadian dollars, depending on how bad the dollar is. Now, GHKU can be used for so many different things, but the most common and what I started using it for was skin. There isn't many studies done on this, obviously, because it is not FDA approved. Lab rats taking it for ourselves. Oh, there goes my cracked fucking phone! Bro, fuck, it's the Jews, bro. It's fucking the Jews. Always has been the fucking Jews. So there hasn't been really any human studies done other than us lab rats taking it for ourselves. But what they claim is the skin elasticity is going to get more tight. The surface area of your acne scars or scars in general should level out a little bit more. There's a lot of cosmetic girls in the industry that do like the micro needling, the vampire facials. They'll actually add GHKU into their serums. So when they do the micro needling, it brings up the collagen to like help again level out the skin with all the scarring, the aging, the wrinkles. So obviously you guys know I had horrible skin. Obviously over the last 7 years, more.
Yeah, I think he was taking far too many steroids than he really needed. That's pretty bad.
Frequent injections, understanding hormones and compounds a lot better, more water intake, acne attack skincare. I was able to get my skin back to pretty good other than a lot of the acne scarring on my back. And I was really hoping that this was going to be some miracle drug. And I don't know if it just hasn't been long enough yet, but I have been doing 50 milligrams every single day intramuscularly, either like into my chest, into my shoulder, into my back of my trap with an insulin pin. I haven't noticed a huge difference in my skin yet. I started this before I started a lot of the other peptides that I'm going to be talking. And just in that month that it was just this, I noticed next to no improvements on my skin, more than what I already do to try to.
Hey.
Hey, Nut Muffin, what's up, dude? How you doing? Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Get my skin as good as I humanly can. Would I say I break out a lot less? Absolutely. But with that said, I'm also not running any crazy drug cycles anymore. I don't have massive fluctuations of my hormone. I'm not extremely dieting and then having these crazy like cheat meals and refeeds, which completely just screws up my digestive system. So was this the cause of breaking out slightly less? Probably not. Now, 3 months for GHKU, they also say is a very short period of time. So I am going to continue running it for another 3 months, and we will give you another update when that happens. But as for now, I'd rank GHKU on the peptide scale, maybe like a 6. You are having challenges with your skin and you seem to be doing everything. You're using a high quality bar of soap. You're doing everyday injections. You make sure your estrogen is managed. Your diet is clean. You're getting enough water in, and you still can't seem to nip that acne or those blemishes in the butt. Definitely give this a try and see if it works for you. But like I would be able to hold that 80-inch time. And I got those annoying black bars off the friggin' camera. I don't know why the hell that happened. It was called like Kino Vlog, which was like something to do, whatever. But we are basically just gonna have an entire thing of this minute rice with 200 grams of chicken, just something fast digesting. And we are going to about 500. Injectable L-carnitine basically like doubles the absorption rate. When you take those carnitine pills, there's only about like 60% absorption. This is in the high 90s. I do about 500 milligrams on my
No, injecting into the glute isn't better for absorption.
biggest training days. So legs, back, chest, and sometimes shoulders, not always. This is dirt cheap. This is only $35 and will last me about 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks. And when I'm dieting, as you saw from the full day of eating, I throw a lot of the carbs pre and post workout. So this helps shuttle all the carbs. It helps use the carbs more efficiently.
I honestly don't really... The only reason I can figure why glute injections are kind of popular is just because idiots used to only do one injection of these drugs per week. So when you have a massive amount of oil that you need to put in a single muscle, your glute is the largest muscle that can probably hold the biggest bolus of oil. So I think that's the only reason why, like, people do glute injections. But if you're injecting daily, there's no reason whatsoever to, you know, inject into your glute. It's also a riskier injection point because you can fuck up and hit, like, a sciatic nerve.
Basically all the benefits of L-carnitine that it regularly has. Just imagine them amplified because the absorption is so high. I'd probably give this an 8 out of 10. The worst side effect from L-carnitine is the post-injection pain. This has to be done intramuscular, which is kind of a pain in the ass when you're already injecting so much. And I do notice that if I don't heat it up under the sink or if I'm in a rush, the post-injection pain from this stuff matches injectable Winstrol. We are taking MOTS-C. You can read stuff that it is really good for pre-diabetes or people with diabetes and so much, but we're gonna go over the effects that I've personally felt and the main reason that I've been taking it. Now, MOTS-C is fairly cheap. This is a 10 milligram vial. It sells for about...
Steroids are legal in Canada, so I don't give a shit if any cops know I'm on gear. They can't do anything about it.
$60 to $85 depending on the brand, depending on the quality. I take 5 milligrams every other day and I take it pre-workout. Now, the two main purposes that someone would take MOTS-C for is either the fat burning and the metabolic side, which if that is your goal, I would probably take MOTS-C more in the morning. And the other half of people take it for the performance output in the gym. Now, obviously, there's other peptides that are giving us energy, but with my calories being so low and trying to get as lean as we possibly can right now, the energy gain from MOTS-C that is almost instantly hit from taking it is unmatched. I used to be cranking 2.5 scoops of Gorilla Mode every single day. And now I'm taking half a scoop or 1 scoop of Gorilla Mode, also down to like 1 energy drink a day. With the other peptides and MOTS-C especially, I've literally cut my caffeine content in half. My calories are arguably as low as any other prep, and I feel phenomenal. MOTS-C helps with like insulin sensitivity. It helps with preserving lean muscle mass. It helps with the mitochondria and the actual aging effects of the body. It is gonna help you slow down aging. It's gonna make you feel a lot better. The way that it helps in the gym is you have like a system in your body called AMPK. It's part of the mitochondria system, and it basically mimics that so that you can train a little more harder, a little longer. It's not gonna be a world of difference, but I notice on the low calories, I don't...
Do you wish you got on gear sooner? You're kind of old. No, don't think it really would have made a difference.
Get gassed out as soon. Arguably, I have just as much energy.
Men tend to have their peak muscle mass, like, assuming you're training, by, like, late 40s. So mid to late 40s is where you're going to get to your muscular peak anyway, so... It really doesn't matter.
Energy going into that 6th exercise as I did the first. Obviously, the weights won't be the same because my body will be so fatigued for training so hard and so fast, but the overall explosiveness, the power, and the
it's
drive,
not like I'm 50,
even an hour and a half into the workout, is unmatched. MOTS-C, I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10. It definitely is not a necessity. You do not have to take MOTS-C. If you are dieting hard, doing tons of cardio, and training like an animal, and you are feeling fatigued, you are feeling slow, you're trying to like push yourself to go to the gym, MOTS-C would definitely be a good addition because it gives you that drive and like that love for the training that you have in the off season when you have all of that extra energy. So we're gonna take these two things, quick chest day, just bang this out, and then we'll come home and get into the rest of these peptides. All right, guys, best taste right now. Every single thing, every NAD plus. Now they are saying that this is a super drug for almost every single thing that you could think of, because if you were to Google the benefits of NAD
Where is Gum Gum? Please watch these gay unrelated videos. I love your cock.
Gum Gum is in the corner sleeping on a bunch of soft stuff. Let me see.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus. That looks like a Lego car, kind of. It looks wrong.
Here's something awful.
Hell is
horrendous.
this is the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Out of Japan, there's this company that has decided to build a supercar based on an Italian supercar that we know and love, and that is the Lamborghini Diablo. This company is called, I'm not kidding, it's Value Progress.
Value Progress.
And they're making a car called the Beast. That's what they've named this thing. They're based in Fukushima. This is the second worst disaster to come from that city. And it is absolutely horrific. It really is. It looks like somebody took a Diablo and put it through a shredder and like collided it with like a Cadillac of some kind. And then it is one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. Now, they said that they want to, quote, surprise people with modifying the supercar. And boy, howdy, did they do that.
Surprise.
Now, it still uses a 5.7 liter.
Yeah, that looks horrendous. I can kind of see what they were going for here, like dragon scales, but like that just looks horrendous.
You told me to do a 5-speed transmission.
That's what the Diablo is.
Exactly. They even told us which 5.7. They even told us which version of the Diablo this is based
Whichever
upon.
one they could get.
Right, which you got to imagine was a
But this
base rear-wheel drive.
I know they claim there's going to be more, but this is a one-off. First off, no one else is going to buy one, but also...
Yeah, that's horrendous.
Today, I'm going to share with you a cool natural trick to make it rock solid, and that is start supplementing every day with L-arginine.
L-arginine supplements do literally nothing to improve blood flow. This is a well-known thing for a while. Arginine doesn't actually increase nitric oxide production, which helps, you know, vasodilate. It literally does nothing. This is why they don't use arginine supplements in any like pre-workouts anymore. They've switched to using citrulline.
L-arginine is an amino acid, which means it's natural. And what happens, your body converts it to nitric oxide, which is a vasodilator.
Why would you take this garbage when you can literally just order something like Cialis on the black market for peanuts? Just like literally just get black market Cialis for like $30 and it would work better than this, like, because this doesn't work at all. Like, you know, after hopping on steroids, just everything is just so much dumber to me. Like, I've just seen a whole new world of black market street drugs that are as good as, like, legitimate pharmaceutical sources, if not better in some cases. They have higher potency and shit. And they're cheaper. And, like, they're so cheap, they're even cheaper than these supplements. Like, everything is so fucking stupid. Like, people are selling garbage because they can't actually sell drugs that work legally. So everyone has to gaslight you into, like, oh, this supplement is da-da-da-da-da. When, like, if you're a smart person who's figured this out, you can literally buy black market street drugs that are cheaper, safer, actually work. Like, it's hilarious. The world is just so fucking psychotic and stupid, dude. Alpha M is a fucking retard.
When you're dilating the blood vessels, that means more blood can flow. The more blood that can flow, the harder you're gonna be. Today, I'm gonna share...
What a dumbass.
Fiber is the new protein, at least in terms of a nutrient that people should be focused on when building and maintaining muscle, according to this research. From this study, higher fiber intake is associated with more muscle mass. But how would this even be possible? Well, our gut microbes turn fiber into short-chain fatty acids, and they can signal muscle protein synthesis, which is wild. They do this by signaling the growth pathway mTOR, which is fascinating because they do it in the muscles and not a systemic way that a high-protein diet does, which can accelerate aging, etc.
High-protein diets don't accelerate aging. Like, it's just silly.
The most convincing study is probably this one on women, which found that short-chain fatty acid butyrate production in the gut was associated with more arm and leg lean mass, and this was a Mendelian or genetically randomized study which can show causation. Additionally, for mice, short-chain fatty acids can lower age-related muscle loss and dysfunction, and it also increased the creation of
Yeah, Ashley, you're a retarded dumb fuck and you didn't listen to a single thing I said, so why don't you just shut the fuck up if you're gonna comment something stupid.
new mitochondria, that powerhouse of the cell. And finally, fiber balances out your gut, the opposite of which is
Street Vegan donate $2. Have you seen this new Frank short? Well, that's not a Frank short. That's some gross, ugly girl burping. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Plus, it would come up with increased cellular energy because it converts food into ATP. Every time I move my hand, I just use the P of your ATP system. The faster you move, the harder you lift, the more P, which stands for phosphorus, you use. So it helps convert all the food you eat into phosphorus, therefore using it as energy. So you're stronger, faster, you have more resilience, like that whole mechanism of how things work. This apparently is the GOAT for it. Enhanced mitochondria function, so that's like your aging side. It does say that it might slow down aging and slow down the aging of cells and helps reproduce new cells. DNA repair and again, anti-aging effects, improved brain function, improved metabolic health, heart and vascular support, muscular recovery, and strength. Arguably, this is the super peptides of all peptides. But what have I noticed with the last 2 months?
Cialis as safe as arginine, lol, sure. Well, guess what? If you're getting Cialis either through a pharmacy or you get it through like an underground lab, you can get it third-party tested to make sure that what the potency is, what the what percentage of the actual mass of the compound is the actual drug. So you can verify, okay, this is pharmaceutical grade, this is what it does. Well, if you buy like a vitamin or mineral supplement from a store, is it ever third-party tested? Does it go through some sort of rigorous pharmaceutical testing? No! So when's the last time you fucking ordered arginine or any vitamin or mineral supplement from the store and it was third-party tested at a laboratory to break down its molecular components and see what percentage of what fucking active ingredients are actually in the product? Never. You've never done that. Practically no fucking supplement company on the fucking planet does that. So you have no idea what you're fucking buying. And you can look at research on this. Half the fucking supplements that you buy at the fucking supplement store do not even have the fucking active ingredient in it, let alone has the dose that it claims. Half of them literally do not even contain the product that they say is in the product. So, gee, what's safer? Getting random I don't know from a fucking supplement store, or getting something that is third-party tested, verified, you know exactly what's in the product, and these are drugs that have gone through pharmaceutical testing, randomized human trials, and you know exactly what side effects and what effects from the drug to expect. So what's safer? Buying a supplement where you have no fucking idea what the dosage of that what the actual active ingredients are, whether they're in the product or not, what the actual dosage is, because most of these supplements aren't accurately fucking dosed. They don't have to adhere to pharmaceutical grade, accuracy when it comes to dosing. Or buying a fucking drug where you know exactly what is in it and exactly what fucking dose, and there's human randomized fucking controlled trials on that product, so you know what effects and side effects to expect from it. So, yeah, tell me, you dumb bitch, since you know so fucking much about supplements and fucking drugs and whether or not Cialis is safer than fucking arginine. Right. Do you even have a fucking penis, by the way? Like, your name's Ashley, so I don't know why the fuck you're telling me whether or not Cialis is safer than fucking arginine, as if you'd ever be taking Cialis in the first place. You're the one getting dicked by a dude taking the Cialis, so maybe you'd want to fucking know whether or not your boyfriend should be buying Cialis or the fucking random question mark dum-dum supplement from the fucking grocery store that you don't even know what the fuck is in it. Fucking idiot. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. That is... Dude, AI is getting so fucking weird. That is so creepy. Oh, that's a good one. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Ashley donated $2. Dude, if you don't believe me that vitamins are safer than Cialis, watch this.
This is how we...
That's gross. You're a fucking asshole.
Of taking this.
Thanks for the
Now, I've
donation,
tapered up the
dipshit.
doses. I started on 25 milligrams twice a week. 2 weeks later, I went to 50 milligrams twice a week. 4 weeks after that, I went to 100 milligrams twice a week. And now we are on the top dose of 150 milligrams injected twice a week. Overall energy, strength, muscular repair. Obviously, we kept our growth hormone the same at 3 IUs every single day. I can say that there is a massive increase of my muscular recovery on this. I did start this at the same time as MOTS C, so it is really a toss-up of what is performing the best in the gym. Is it the MOTS C or is it the NAD Plus, or do I just feel like I'm a superhuman in the gym because I'm stacking?
Pretty sure NAD Plus is expensive. I was looking at it. I'm also kind of questioning, like, whether or not it's worth taking this versus some other, like, vitamin. Because apparently you can get the same effect from NAD Plus, like, if you, like, supplement a B vitamin or something. Let me see if I can find it. How much is this shit? MOTS C is fairly cheap. Where the fuck's the NAD Plus? They had it. Can't find it. I remember it was a little expensive.
Both. If I had to pick MOTS C versus NAD Plus, I would definitely pick the NAD Plus because, again, the overall energy that I have throughout the week on this extreme diet is through the roof. Brain health, I've noticed nothing. Aging and like skin elasticity, I've noticed nothing, but I do feel that those are more of the long-term effects from NAD, and to notice that 3 months in would just be every single person on the planet would take it if you noticed it 3 months in. Heart and vascular support, I've never had an issue with my heart, I've never had an issue with blood pressure, and obviously the next peptide that we're going to go over is the end-all be-all for blood pressure. And I guess you could guess that.
Oh, the only thing this fucking dumb bitch can say. I guess that means no more B12 injections since they're the same as taking Viagra. Oh, okay. Are you gonna suck some random dude's fucking dick at, like, every time you go out in public? Because what's the difference between that and, like, borrowing your girlfriend's makeup, right? You don't know how many dicks she sucked. And then, like, she'll suck a dick and then, like, rub her lipstick and then the dick residue will get on her fucking lipstick. So if you, like, borrow your girlfriend's lipstick, it's just like sucking 10 other dudes' dicks. Well, you know what? Like, why... I guess I'll kill children, because what's the difference between that and, like, eating a potato? Like, thank you. Yes. Genius. Like, any of this has anything to do with what I said.
But with that
Gee,
said,
I really showed vegangains. I got in the last word. He talked about how, you know, like, the supplement industry is unregulated, but you can actually find drugs that are more effective and you actually know what you're taking, that go through human randomized control trials, but B12 is the same as Viagra. I'm a dumb bitch. Like, you're a fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking loser. Why in the fuck are you even in my chat, you stupid fucking whore? Okay, I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh, alright. I am back.
These outbursts make it so obvious why Jasmine left you. She was probably really scared of you.
Yeah, that's great.
NAD is on the more expensive side. One of these is going to range you almost $100. It's not going to last that long, especially when you titrate up to the highest dose. So I would rank it, just because of the price, a 6 out of 10. If you can afford it, I do think that in the long run, this is going to be changing people's lives. But if you don't have the money to run it for a prolonged period of time, and you're not dieting in extreme lows, doing tons of cardio and training 6 to 7 days a week, I would say that it isn't a necessity that you have to add in. So we're going to drink this up, go and shower, eat our post-workout meal, and I'll see you guys for the night. And some Chick-fil-A sauce. Now, can you stop staring at me, please? I'm so uncomfortable. Reason, because this is my only, everyone and their mom, their dog, their cat, their fucking gay uncle is on this shit right now, and for very good reason, because this is my only 10 out of 10 peptide. Literally is. Can you stop staring at me, please? I'm so uncomfortable. This is my girlfriend. When I film, guys, this is my girlfriend. Let's break down, because I have been on Retatrutide for 2.5 months now. We just tapered up the dose to.
I like Retatrutide. I've been on it for 26 days.
3 milligrams a day. That is why this cheat meal.
Actually, maybe not 26 days. When was I think 25. Yeah, 25.
Is so small. To be honest with you, I probably won't even be able to finish this because of how much this curbs your appetite. Obviously, there's way more benefits than just the curbing the appetite, so let's get into it quick before we eat this. All right, guys, so this is the only addition you need to make to your Young LA clothes when you buy them. You see this like little logo here? You have to take this marker and you just kind of like cross it out, you know? Because like, fuck Young LA! Fat during the day is having you way more insulin resistant, and not to mention, this is one of the best health products you can take if your blood pressure is out of control. The benefits of Retatrutide literally just go down because they don't stop. This is one of my clients that have been taking Reta for 2 months, and he wrote me back this. And I just keep seeing these pop up everywhere. This guy went from being slightly overweight with blood pressure out of control. Mind you, this is just a regular dad, to blood pressure perfect. He lost 30 pounds in 2 months, feels great, more energy, looks amazing. Now, mind you, there is still a lot of early stage trials happening with Retatrutide, and it seems like the peptide market is evolving faster than we can even keep up, but this stuff is unreal. Now this stuff will run you quite a bit. This is a 10 milligram vial. It ranges anywhere from $160 to $200 depending on the brand.
Get out of the heater, Jesus Christ. Why do I always have to move you out of the way when I turn the heater on? Nope. I do not have any Gymshark clothes.
Depending on the supplier. But with that said, I only stayed at 1.5 milligrams for the first like 2 months because anything more than that, I legit just couldn't eat. You guys know I'm taking this cut a little more serious now. That's why we went up to 3 milligrams. And this cheat meal, I won't even be able to finish. That is how insane 3 milligrams is for me. So this lasts me an entire month. However, I do have friends that have needed to go up to 6 milligrams, 10 milligrams, just because their body doesn't get hit the same. So you really need to play around with the dosages yourself because there is no protocol for retatrutide that's a one fit all. I know people I saw that randomly, one set of video, I looked like I was literally I looked like I was blacker than black. And that is because melanotan is just an
And that is why I don't look at chat.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Thanks for the donation though, Nut Muffin.
Hey, now that you're blasting steroids, are you worried about the side effects? I heard from my doctor that testosterone is really powerful and it could definitely cause a heart attack, and I asked about HGH and he said he isn't going to talk about it.
Why in the hell would you ask me that question? Like, yeah, I've considered the side effects of the drugs I'm on. No, I just do drugs. Like, you know, there's some guy that I met on the street. He asked me, do you want to, like, use this needle I just used? It still has some drugs in it. And then I was like, what drugs are they? I don't know, they just make you feel good. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll use your dirty needle that still has some random drugs in it. I don't consider the, like, consequences of anything I do. So, no, I've never considered, like, are there side effects potentially from testosterone? I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me. I don't care. I just do random things. So, yes, I've considered the fucking side effects of testosterone. I'm well aware of it. I know how to fucking handle it because I'm not a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, dude.
insane tanning drug. Now, it's actually legal in some places, and the whole purpose of melanotan was that it was so gingers that had no souls wouldn't burn anymore. It changes the pigment of your skin because when you burn in the sun, it's super bad for you, so it changes the pigment so you wouldn't burn. I'm a blonde, so I used to burn non-stop, and literally, even if I don't take melanotan now, I just don't burn. But if I start...
So what are the side effects of using too much HGH?
So for a lot of people, the first side effect that they will feel is numb hands. Their hands will feel tingly, numb, especially when you're laying down in bed trying to sleep. The next most common side effect I would say is being extremely tired in the day. It's for this reason that it's best to take it before you go to sleep. Another thing to watch out for is your blood sugar levels. The higher your growth hormone intake, typically the higher your fasting blood sugar levels are gonna be. Probably the worst of all side effects is gonna be bone growth. This could include the bones in your face, your jaw, your forehead, and even cartilage like your ears and your nose.
Dodo Donators, do you ever feel bad for people like really poor people, homeless people, etc.? I often do, but then realize feeling bad doesn't help them in any way and only hurts me. Like, I mean, I feel sorry for some people when they go through like a tragedy that they can't control. But the vast majority of the time, people are in a situation that they created. So it's like, you know, they put themselves there and they could get themselves out of it if they really wanted to, but a lot of people just don't. So like, why feel sorry for somebody who won't help themselves and they're putting themselves in that situation and they're not pulling themselves out of it? So like, a lot of people are where they want to be, even if they won't admit it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Well, that isn't that far off. Remember when Yo took mushrooms in a park with her friend in Toronto and just laid on the grass with the camera upside down on her face? You kinda are a druggie. This is just a new kind. You've tried mushrooms, acid, SSRI, roids.
I've never done acid. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
It's very typical for your hands and feet as well. And I know you're already gonna ask, no, it does not make your wiener bigger. For more information on growth hormone and cycles, click.
I've seen dudes who've taken very high doses for pretty prolonged periods of time, and they literally look the same. So I don't know. Everyone reacts to these sorts of drugs differently, so.
What up, guys? Welcome to this episode of Santa Cruz Medicinals Radio. Today, we're going to be diving into an amazing topic. It's somewhat controversial. It's the whole world of peptides, gear, all of these things that have become extremely prevalent, especially.
There's also people commonly bring up thymosin beta 4 or TB500 and then KPV. Now, these are tissue healing peptides, but they also help with bone remineralization, and they are used for a wide variety of things. They're generally assisting with cell migration and angiogenesis. They're helping with the vascular endothelial growth factor. They're helping with making this mesh network of these microtubules to deliver nutrients, deliver blood into a region. But they're also helping with the formation of collagen, this structure within cartilage, so it can be used for ligament injuries. People have used it for ACL, MCL injuries as well. And some of them can help with the total quality, the spongy body of the cartilage. And long term, people have this understanding or belief that through endochondral ossification, that cartilage body growth helps to contribute to stronger bone growth. And that's why there's research on TB500 healing fractures, like femur fractures. These things have been used for a variety of those. Of course, there is a risk if you're megadosing these things. One, it's just expensive to be using these things consistently. If you're megadosing it, you can get side effects with swelling within the collagen within your face.
Yeah, you showed me a photo of a guy that did extremely high doses in his face. Did you see that photo?
Yeah, that was kind of freaky.
It was kind of freaky. So angiogenesis, because I want to keep it super simple for some of this stuff with people. Basically, when you have an injury to an area, you get some ligament, some tendon damage. Your body's kind of trying to get blood flow there, but it's running into some issues. And angiogenesis is the formation of new blood vessels, as far as I understand. And so having anything that would promote that would be wound healing. Is that how that is?
But there are also people raising the potential concern, although, and this goes for anything, that if there's not substantive human research for it, that they're raising the precaution that, what if this causes, cancer? And of course, there are different growth factors that may contribute to that. That's one thing that I've criticized about things like dihexa. That's a nootropic that was used to treat Alzheimer's, but the hepatocyte growth factor does raise the likelihood of the indice of cancer, the creation of cancer. I have yet to see compelling evidence, and I'm not.
What?
Do you feel threatened in public now that the cat's out of the bag, pun intended, that you killed your cat by abusing?
What are some of the potential risks for a population like that? Just going, okay, this is only good. Why don't I take it?
So I'll look at this in a few angles. Primarily, I'll say that you shouldn't be, at 16, you should be focused primarily on just your own natural growth potential and just locking down diet, sleep, and exercise. And
which haven't you've delved into huge benefits. If an extra hour of real sleep was packaged into a pill, whew,
that would be the most marketable thing in the universe of wellness.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's called growth hormone.
Absolutely. And it's something you can achieve. And it's when I'm locked in and I'm doing my 10-minute meditation before bed, and I'm just dialing all that in, I'm lowering the, artificial blue light exposure, oh my God, my sleep is so much better. And it does feel, if there was a pill that could, or an injection or whatever that could.
Yeah, it's called growth hormone.
They
already have it.
It would be insane and probably one of the most talked about things ever. So that's very important to note. And so keep
on.
Yeah,
it's called growth hormone. But again.
Go on.
Well, and since we're focusing on 16-year-olds or people who are underage in general, and because there's always been a market for selective androgen receptor modulators or SARMs and other, random pre-steroid precursors, these things, clearly come with some side effects. Now, peptides may not have that side effect when it comes to your hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis. It may not cause issues like infertility or lowered fertility or disruptions to testosterone. Just because that is the case, just because you can do it safely, doesn't mean that you should, one, be spending your hard-earned money that is limited during your young age on something. And I have a financial incentive to tell you that you should buy it. But if you're under 18, I don't want to tell 16-year-olds that they should be going and buying this. I also think it sets you up for a negative mindset where if you don't get the results you want, you're willing to do whatever comes next.
It does seem like more and more. And so this pathway I've seen, and talking to thousands and thousands of kids under 18 who are interested in health, I've seen a lot of these messages, a lot of people in person. They go down this pathway of, okay,
Dude, like, this is such a fundamental problem with how people view, like, steroids and performance-enhancing drugs in general. The reason why you have these dumbass loser kids who are physically inept, can't do shit, and then they try and take steroids to make up for it, it's because there's this misconception that, oh, everyone is going to become like a superstar fucking athlete if they do steroids. Oh, steroids are cheating. They work so well. It's like cheating. Like, you're going to become this massive, gigantic bodybuilder, and these drugs affect everyone the same fucking way. Like, no one actually learns how these drugs work, how they affect people, and how, like, your own personal genetics will interact with these drugs. And if you're just a physically inept loser, you're gonna stay a physically inept loser in all likelihood if you go on performance enhancing drugs. So then you have way more fucking kids taking these drugs when, like, they think they're gonna benefit off of it because they're told all this stupid bullshit. When if they just knew how these drugs worked and there wasn't this like weird, stupid, dumb stigma around steroids where, oh, it's cheating. Oh, they work so well. If you take a little tiny bit, you're gonna blow up into a huge bodybuilder. Like, they'd be able to make an informed decision rather than listen to all these fucking idiots who have never even done these drugs themselves and then are telling them stupid shit.
They think that there are SARMs, like you were saying, which are basically, they view them as a way to delve into...
Yeah, I see what he's saying. He's not really... He's just being silly.
To steroids, which I know SARMs and steroids are different, but they view it as a way to... I can use this SARM, and it will give me a little bit of help in the gym, and it has no bad side effects at all. But then you look into some of the information on these SARMs, and you do see people sometimes experiencing some shutdown effects, which I want you to go into what those shutdown effects are in general, like you were touching on the HPTA access. So, explore that.
So, and there's a variety of other side effects from different SARMs. Some things like S4, S23 can cause vision impairment. I mean, if you were to even use certain selective estrogen receptor modulators, some of those have, blurriness of your vision and impairment of vision long term. So it's not just alteration in cognition and mood, but it's also like potentials for nerve and ocular health that there's an impairment and things. People aren't worried about these things. Same with like the importance of, if you don't want to shut down your estrogen completely. Some people will make these arguments. I'll get into the SARMs in a second and talk about how it is still suppressive. But people will talk about, well, what if I use a histone dehydrogenase inhibitor or something coupled with growth hormone releasing hormones, growth hormone releasing peptides in an effort to grow taller. I'm a certain age. I want to use HDACs and aromatase inhibitors to prevent my growth plates from closing, something that's going to help with the potential proliferation and growth of bone, and then exude as much total growth hormone as I can naturally, unless they just go all the way in and just buy growth hormone through gray area sites that are out there. These people are putting themselves at risk, not only potentially heightened risk of developing a cancer, which is a highly disputed topic, also issues with like vomiting, nausea, severe like central nervous system issues, and then aromatase inhibitors. Crashing your estrogen into the ground is cardiotoxic. It is destructive to your brain. Estrogen is neuroprotective. It helps with the maintenance of your bone mineral density. Having no estrogen in your body.
Yeah, okay. Not really saying anything interesting there. Video games? You know what? I'm just gonna do a stream tomorrow where we're just gonna play the new Metal Gear Solid. That'll be better. I'll get my workout done early in the morning, and then we'll start in the afternoon and just play through Metal Gear. I had a bunch of weird shit happen today. I was supposed to stream earlier, but just didn't work out that way. But tomorrow, no, it's already out if you pre-order. You get early access to the thing. Where is it? So we'll play that tomorrow afternoon, and we'll just do a long gaming stream, I think. And I'm just gonna head to bed, because I am tired anyway. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we'll just play Metal Gear tomorrow afternoon. But thanks again, everybody. See you all tomorrow.